Hey, two sippers. Hello, hello. Hey, tea sippers. Hello, hello. Come on in. Happy 4th of July. You know. Happy 4th of July. As happy as it could be with this economy, baby. Ooh. With this new bill. Oh my goodness. Maybe having to reconsider what country I'm living in for a little bit. We anyway. Come on in. Come on in. What a day it has been. A lot has popped off today. We was up all night last night. My butt took a nap way too early, and it kept me up way too late. But the tea was simmering hot, and we sipped all night long. Make sure you go back and check out the last couple of lives, baby. People think Diddy done got away. Hell, how they setting it up now with the person they say set it off, who started it all. Lil Rod. And plus you got some of these other strippers, male entertainment turned hookers. They got pimped out and turned out by old Diddy boy. Now they suing. But it seemed like everybody want to sue Cassie instead of Diddy. Diddy, now I'm going to say this about Diddy. He played his shit smart. He made with his, enterprise, he made everybody seem like put their hands on it. Asked for like they was the one that was asking for stuff when it was him. He set that asses up. I ain't gonna even lie. I am not gonna lie. He set they asses up. Where it looked like they was requesting it. They was asking for this. And hell, knowing good and damn well it was his fetish. His fantasy. This he wanted to be the director of these freak off sex offs and what am I gonna call it? Exotic film making, where he made it seem like it was the other person asking for it, like it was the female's request and not his. That was maybe one of the most clever things that he did, until he got in there and started taking off his mask, opening the door, saying, I at this point in my life, I'm into creating my own orn. And I know I asked you to come and be a dancer, but I need for you to be a ucker. And I need for you to uck my girl. She ain't even his wife. The lie started when he said it was his wife. It's just crazy. We got that. We got the witness. I think the chef was witness number 3. She was subpoenaed. She was, I don't want to say she was raided, but feds came to her house, got information. Hey, Peach Gems, baby, the tea is still brewing. came to her house, got evidence, got a demand letter from the feds to appear in court. She chickened out because his former attorney called her after. Yeah, that's what you, ooh, I don't want to say that's what you get, but you told 3 people. I wonder what 3 people did she tell? What 3 people did she tell to get back to Diddy and his attorney, the one that quit, contact her? And then at that point, she said, I don't trust nobody. As soon as I head to court and get out the vehicle, something gonna happen to me. Feds don't offer no protection. They not offering witness protection. So what am I supposed to do? As soon as I show up in court, that's it for me. So she chose to possibly be charged by the feds for not showing up, and that's just a chance she decided to take versus facing Diddy in court. Ain't that cold-blooded? You most scared of Diddy than you are the feds. Now, just imagine you on a jury, and everybody know where you work. They see you when you go home and come back. All they have to do is follow you, and you get a knock on your door or a letter in your mailbox saying you bet not, baby. Hey, Ray Nash. Hey, everybody coming in. Please hit the like button. Double tap your screen. Let's go. Witness tampering, all of that. But the judge shouldn't. I'm still gonna blame the judge, cause the minute number 25 saying ain't shit you can do that's gonna make me go there. Before we even deliberate, I'm not gonna do it. The judge should have removed him. That's my opinion about that. So a lot of that is going on. A lot of that went down. It's just way too much. I don't know what they expected with this. So the judge not only got a letter from Cassie and Damon or whatever the hairdresser name was. Javon, I can't remember his name right now. It's just too much going on. So forgive me. She got it from the chef, who based on the times that she was supposed to appear and that she may have been witness number 3 instead of Gina. Hey, Reem. So she sent a letter to the judge about why she didn't appear because of her fear. And if he let him out, and he's able to bond out, everybody, not just her, everybody who has testified against him or name have come up against him, lives are in danger. Wow. Now she done hid the whole 2 months. Once that verdict was read, she pops out now. Lil Rod pops out. Everybody, male now hookers, the ones who didn't get on the stand, but that was subpoena, they popping out. Lil Rod let it come out that there is another, the feds are not finished. I knew they wouldn't. I've been trying to tell y'all they did not bring up Miami, Florida for a reason. And when baby girl, the ex-chef, mentioned where she was a chef at a location and where she was victimized at, hell, another state popped up. New Jersey. A hideaway spot that he used for freak offs. New Jersey has entered the building. So while we've been saying New York, California, Miami, New Jersey is out is on. Hey, Vet has entered the building and on the map for Diddy. And I was telling people way in the midnight hour early this morning. I think I got off about 5 something. Baby, no more late naps for me. Baby, that late nap came my reality. But anyway, I was telling them people, what are the men who was all up in Diddy ass and hollering at women all out in public, letting the judge know? Now, I'm going to blame. If the judge deny him again on the 8th, I'm going to blame all them content creators that was out there chanting, attacking women, showing violence towards women. The what's it called? The baby oil spray downs. All of that. I'm going to blame all of that as the reason why, a part of the reason why he get denied again if the judge, Aaron, say no again. The way they clowned and mocked everything that he was charged for, guilty of, whether he was found guilty of it or not, he is guilty of it, attacking women, disrespecting women, the baby oil, the Astroglide, the slip and slide, all of that crap out there, acting a plum ass fool in the name of Diddy. Oh yeah, if you have that type of influence, my man, you need to stay in prison. You need to stay in prison. So it looked like there is a possibility that the lineup is coming again with the all-male review. Well, you can't say all-male review because I think Jordan, who was supposed to be a witness, who freaked out and got scared, backed out. But since she done popped out now, I guess y'all see how important it is, because y'all thought that it was obvious, it was evident that he was going to be found guilty on that racketeering. And because you did not, because I said the witnesses who was supposed to come, that the state had already talked to and had already subpoenaed, their testimony, their evidence was factored into the prosecution's argument. And when they didn't show, that means that there are gaps in between. Yeah. That means that there would have been gaps in between, because how they put it together, those people didn't show. So what are they supposed to do? Jump on to the next thing. It's like, well, you can't connect the dots to have a full picture, because you got 2 or 3 witnesses who jumped ship, and they jumped ship because some of witness tampering in fear. But now he got found now guilty, And y'all saying, oh dang, I should have went. I should have testified against him. He got off. Well, y'all had already said that, a few of y'all said that y'all didn't call the police because y'all thought he was above the police. What's her name? Mia got stopped and mentioned Puffy name. They called Puffy and held the police, let him go. Oh, okay, and let her go. So if you already felt like he was above the popos, you not showing up. What? Okay, so you let fear stop you from getting him prosecuted. Because them missing holes were holes that needed to be filled because it was not a complete picture. And what, it was 2 to 3? I kept saying if he was subpoenaed, he's saying he was subpoenaed. Why wasn't he? Wait, what? How you just gonna let witness number 3? But it's neither here nor there. She popped out in there just like it didn't make sense to me for Gina to pop out when they thought Puffy was gonna be released. No, he needs to stay in jail until his sentence. And he absolutely, based on his actions and the influence he have over people, he needs to stay in prison. Because again, he was already planning a freak off. He was supposed to be eating barbecue, everything. Whole party. Cases of baby oil. Was it Astroglide, Electric Slide? O's. Pimp Fest, all of that this weekend to celebrate him allegedly beating the feds. Oh, but they got something for him. So we gonna listen to the witness, one of the jurors. He gonna tell his account of what happened and what they heard and what was hard to prove. And if he felt like if KK or Diddy would have taken the stands, would the outcome have been the same? But I'm saying they created their argument based on who was supposed to show up. And at least 3 witnesses did not show up, making it hard for them to complete the story. Also making it where they did not need to call no witnesses on their behalf because they had already tampered with witnesses, making them afraid to come. Y'all double hit your phone. Get the likes up. I got almost 300 people in here. And a lot of y'all in the bushes, just double tap. It's the 4th of July. They say it's independence, but let me tell y'all, with what this new bill, they setting it up to be able to deport citizens. Now it's gonna be like how black people gonna prove what? Do you classify yourself as African American? Oh, okay. Are you black? Are you African? What's your classification? You from Africa, your roots. Okay, we're gonna send your ass back to Africa. Now they talking about they're not gonna be able to distinguish African, Haitians, all of that. That's that making America great again, where it's just all white. Where they can be able to, he set it up where the popos can get exonerated for unaliving. If you can't follow the rules, we're gonna send you back, even if you're a citizen. Where your nationality from? You got African in front of your name, you African American. Or we gonna send you back to Africa? What? A Latino America? Where you from? Where you roots from? Okay, we don't like you. Send them back. And if you give us a hard time, we gonna send you to not El Salvador. Where's that other third world country where you don't know nothing about nothing? Is this the land of the free? I mean, are we celebrating the 4th of July? What are we really celebrating? That having the bill signed by the 4th may have been symbolic of a whole bunch of other things that just went smooth over our head because we all up in Diddy's butt. Absolutely. Absolutely. So when I be saying a lot of times, if ever we needed the Lord before, we sure do need him now. This is going to be a part of the America that we ain't ever been used to. Not our generation. It's going to be an experience that we ain't never experienced before. We think things were bad. We think things were bad. So acting a fool out there, that just was not a good look at all. Men attacking women was not a good look at all. Content creators blaming other content creators for doing the same thing they have done. The hypocrisy was not a good look at all. Stay prayed up. You right, Alpha Omega. Paperback Brown. It's Maine for DOCA. I don't know what that means. Say, I am a senior white lady and I am terrified. Oh my God. I can't imagine being black. I know you can't. If you're afraid, one thing I know, I don't know. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut with that. But it's not good. I'm telling you, it's not good. It is not good. And it's been a plot and a plan the whole time. It was supposed to have been his second term. That's why, there was, an insurrection. Denial, refusal to remove, because there were things that were already in place for him to do. So what's happening now was supposed to have been done. It was just delayed. My. Yeah, we got to stay prayed up, y'all. Let's go on in. Please double tap the screen, hit the like button. Well, thank you, Bring Your Wonder. It's sad. The seniors, just wow. They are absolutely taken from the poor to make the rich richer. The middle class poor and the poor poor. And if we don't see that it is population, it is another way of disguising population control. If we can't get them this way, we got to get them that way. But it's get their asses up out of here. Whoever is not down with their program, if your pockets ain't deep enough, oh well. Oh well. It is what it is. And if you let him have his way, he'll never. Only way he'll leave office is being on his time to expire. He Hitler. I don't know who y'all think he is. But let's go. Where do I start? Do I start with the juror Do I start with the witness tampering? We talked about the who's suing Cassie. Oh, and it's so funny. They want to sue Cassie instead of them suing Diddy. As if this was her request. This was her demand. Hey, Mystique. Hey, everybody. Sip, sip, do tell. I'm here. Hey, Willie Spencer. They want Cassie to get hit. Since it came out that she done already got paid $20K from Diddler. Now she got 10. A 10 was on its way while she was on the stand. Now they saying we gonna sue her. Since she got away, we want her money. Shit. They want her money. She the one called. She the one said no count. I guess she was the one knowing good and well by previous testimony he the one didn't want protection. And these male hookers know that. Cause one of them, what's his name, Flash? He was like, nah, dog, I don't care what you say. I'm not going in there bareback. And Diddy had to stop his handwork to go get protection, and then threw it up at him, saying that dangling better be hard. He the one who didn't want it. It don't make sense for a female to. Why would you intentionally break a rubber band? Oh, okay. To make the icing come out. Okay. Cause oh boy need that icing to make it seem like he how can I put it? Was icing the cake instead of the male hooker. Man, I'm telling you, the tea that came out, the clarification that came out early this morning, it was mind-blowing. Hey, Kane Life, how you doing? Hey, everybody. Hey, Mark. That hot lava. I'm telling you, my little ears, I almost feel like I had virgin ears listening to some of that kinky, freaky stuff. I'm sure a lot of people, think they got a nice little freak in them. But baby, we was handing in our free cards and everything, boo. We thought we had it going on. We was like, nah, I can't even measure to this shit here. I ain't never heard of that. The real reason why he want that icing on her stomach was to get in there, rub it on his pallywhacker and go up in there so half of them kids ain't his kids. That's borrowed. No, because once it hit the air, it can't do nothing once it hit the air, right? We was like, wait, what? He got reused icing. Oh boy. What's the final? Rico said he squeezed the icing out. She said, don't touch it. Let it sit right here. Go take a shower. He thinking she finna come in the shower too and clean up, lather up, get the icing up off of her, all to come back and see that the nasty, dirty dog Diddler done went in there going to town with his icing. Yes, dead in there. Okay, yeah, I had to think about it. 3, 4, 5 o'clock this morning. Oh my God. It's like, wait, what? He is talking about recycle. You got recycle icing, and you done went in. So it ain't just about rubbing it on your impulse. You going in, not just going in behind a unknown hooker, but you using that on your pallywhacker too. What? Like so you are imagining that was your squeeze, that was your combustion. What type of freaky shit? I ain't never heard of it. So I'm gonna be the first one to say, hey, Joe Score, I surrendered my free card early this morning. I just surrendered it. I felt like when I said let's put our number of freaking what you think your number from 1 not freaky at all to 10 Diddy and Cassie freaky. What number are you? I felt like my number didn't come nowhere near. I just felt like I ain't freaky no more. It's like eating, baby, listen. I have never in my, and then I said, well, maybe that's like, running a how they choo. Maybe in his mind, it was like running, a train. You right, Mark. Ain't no topping them. Yeah, we released our cards. So all that extra cartwheels and, hanging off and, and in the chair, watching all that shit. No, baby, ain't none of them freaky, kinky spots upside down. Ain't none of that. Don't none of that measure. Your toes can, your big toe can touch your forehead. You can have my car, baby. You don't ever. He done went in behind an unknown and rubbing. I mean, not just on it. What? Had us thinking hell. Had us thinking that them kids that he say his kids is the is the freak the male hooker's kids. But then I ought to come to find out that one of them is suing Cassie because she got pregnant by one of the male hookers. He was what he call him? Sex slave. I mean XXX hooker. He was like a part of the family for 5 years. Where they do that? So he was a regular. So y'all thought y'all was a family. She done messed around and got pregnant by a hooker. So if you was a regular for 5 years, you reckon you ain't? I mean, what do you call yourself? You call now? Is that? I mean, what? So was that what they call that, poly? So she had 2 dudes or what? And Dave confirmed that. Yep, he is a minor down there. He comes up short, way short. In her dreams, hooker wives. done turned them out. They a family. Feeding long. He was a part of they cult for 5 years. And all of them seem to have thought they was the only ones. I don't know that for sure, but I have heard a couple of them was told, because that other one, what's his name? Johnny. He said that they messed him up, so he done lost his teeth. He said, I don't have no abs, I don't have no teeth. I got a whole bunch of health problems. Whatever type of STD they gave him, it has, I can't put no food on my stomach. I can't eat, I can't nothing. Freaky berries. He was forced to drink with him. You got to be on the same vibe they own. You know, I would have said no. Why can't these people tell Diddy no? No. I mean, so, you know, all of that's going on. Ooh, baby, but y'all got to go back and hit them lives last night. That was good. We have proudly denounced our freaky based on measuring your freak to Diddy freak. We just not freaks. We need to find another word for the kinky little shit we do. You know, it is. I am convinced after last night. Don't ask me, am I freaky? I'm gonna look at you like you crazy. I'm gonna say like, Diddy freaky? Oh, hell no, get out my face. I'm gonna look at you like you crazy. That's gonna be a process of elimination at trying to tap into my freaky. No. I'm gonna say you have Diddy vibes. Woo! Talking about bend over backwards for you. Bend the what? I mean, what you mean by bend over? Like what? Like, like touch your toes, bend over. I mean, okay. Like what? Like what? Now, if you talking about touch your toes, you know, okay. But what's, you know, what else? What else you gonna do back? I mean, what we doing? You got to have a questionnaire about Timu freaky. Woo, baby! I know some of them guys that they used that went in a stripper and came out a hooker. I know they like, wow. I mean, wow. And some of y'all, I feel like they should have freak yoga. Women like to let their husband watch them. No, what woman you? Oh, okay, you got that Diddy vibe. I don't know. Women like to let their husband watch them with other dudes. That's bull. I ain't never in my life thought about. I mean, you know, I don't believe that, Reggie. I don't know no dude who got a wife with some good cookies that want they wife to let somebody else have that cookie. Bullshit. I ain't gonna find no cute words to say it. I'm just gonna call it what it is. Bull crap. You a lie and the truth ain't in you. No. You know how many women done got is no longer alive who really done got hands, toes, feet, and everything put on them because somebody else was getting they cookies? Shit, no. Well, I don't interact with them people. I don't interact with them people. I appreciate a husband, a mate who realize they got a good woman with some good stuff, and I appreciate it, and I don't want nobody to have it. And Lord, help me leave my ways alone so I can just be devoted to what I have, because it is good. And if your cookie ain't good, you need to do some classes, read some books, come up with some tricks, you know, come up with some natural remedies, you know, tighten that thing up. I don't know what you need to do, but you need to come up with some remedies to help your cookie be good. Where he would not want you to give that thing to nobody, and he look like, don't play with me, don't make me hurt you. That's my cookie, goddammit. That is mine. yeah, that's the man for me. I don't want no man who want me to share my cookie with another man, and I don't want him to share his sausage with another woman. I want us to make a beautiful, loving, healthy sandwich, baby, with dessert. You hear me? Yes, indeed. And I think each person, the man and the female, need to make sure they work on keeping it good for one another. That's it. Now, so, and in that case, you don't have to give up your freaky card, because y'all can be freaky together. And then y'all can still be together. Now, she done been freaky, a swinger, poly, and he gone, she gone, and he really didn't like females. Hell, because one of these guys is talking about how he tried to manipulate him. Diddy was trying to manipulate him into saying that his Angus beef spot, Angus beef, yeah, was a cookie. So now you trying to trick the man into thinking it ain't no different than going in this hole than going in that hole. Just imagine that's a vajayjay. So you really out there for real. Cause only people I know that call that is a man that call they back end of vajayjay are really a GAY. So you not bi, you GAY. What we doing? What we doing? Let me get started. A lot of people are psychologically damaged by porn. Yeah, and now unfortunately they do things. Yeah, I could see that. Now she got to reset. She better go to some of them ancient spots and sit on that vajayjay region. What is it called? They rejuvenated and tighten it up and close walls and stuff. You know, with people who done had a whole bunch of kids, I guess. I don't know. But I know that you could I can't tell y'all. Okay. But there's some things you can do at home while you sitting here watching AunTeaFee and just go to squeezing your muscles. You better learn how to use your muscles. You know, and use your muscles. Tighten them yourself, hell. Y'all, let's get started. Y'all ready to get started? Because this is a lot. And I'm not going to be here all day. They've been having freak out since today. He said that he is the new King. He said get them balls where they be clicking and shit while you're walking. I remember Janet Jackson said she used to have them Benoit balls. They have that vibration while you're walking. Hell, then you have your own icing coming out. You have to have 4 or 5 panty liners, don't you? I had to turn in my freak on. I ain't lying. This is craziest shit out of here in all my life. Yeah, you have that vibration and you walking and shit, you be smiling and be like, oh, she is such a happy person. Every time I see her, she just smiling and giggling like she, shit. And you got them Benoit balls up in there clicking and sending out some type of vibration, and you just down there tickled and shit and laughing like, because it's hidden spots you ain't never. Okay, let me stop before I tell about freaky. See, shit. I guess that could be addictive too, because you be looking for a man to be able to make you have shit. You can't have me laughing in the air and shit. Woo! Baby, listen. I used to have them balls, the ones that you know, for stress, and you roll them around in your head and they kind of clicking, ching, you know, and you was practicing your twirling of your hand. It was supposed to be shit. So now I'm talking about it. I can't imagine all of that going on down there, and you walking to your car. You done had a tough day, and you get up and you go home, and then you just start giggling in the air and shit like, whoo, whoo, whoo. You can't even walk. You can't even walk. You can't even, you damn near crawl into your car. Be like, let me take these damn things, these Benoit balls up out of here. Shit. Yeah, Jenny had them. I don't know if she had them when she was fooling with Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown said he was in love with some Janet Jackson. And we know back in the Don't Be Cool days, he was big freak. But come on, y'all, we gotta go. Get my likes up so I can go. Got me talking about Diddy and Cassie and shit. You know, I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl. I don't do all that type of stuff. Let's go. Let's go. So let's start with jewelry. Let's start with the jewelry. You are something serious on GP. Don't tell nobody. Drip bleeds orange and green. Oh, yeah, when you sleep, I'm telling you, you just have this peace. Yo, dude be like, damn, she just seemed like she at peace, and she down there with her legs all crossed real tight there. Oh. Now, I'm talking like I done had this before, but I really haven't. It's just knowing what it's supposed to do. So to me, it's kind of almost like, why would you even play with that? Because that's almost like on, ain't it? Because if your dude can't do what them balls is doing, well, you're going to be looking at him like, okay, now what you here for? I mean, now what we doing? What we doing? You looking at him, and he may be a nice piece of meat, and you looking at him like he did it, because it's like, boy, you know how far them balls, do you know what them balls be doing? Woo! So, you know, now you have your man looking like, hey, how the hell can I compete with them damn balls? Shit. Take them motherfuckers out. James said, you think I know the recipe? What'd you say? That's why you bring toys with you, the block. You got it now. I'm not saying you ain't got to do nothing, you know, to keep the excitement going. I do believe you got to do something. I just don't think that you have to do all of that crazy stuff. And I would not want a man who would want another man to release their icing on me, and he either eat it off, lick it off, rub it on his thing, and imagine that his icing was his icing, and then he go up in me with another man's icing. Hell to the no. You know your shortcomings. Well, I was told, now I'm not saying this is my motto. See, this is what happens when the topic is about freaky shit. But if you know your shortcomings, if you ain't good here, if you come up short here, your math game needs to be A1. It needs to be to the gods. To the gods. and that needs to go down first, okay? That's the trick. If you know you coming up short here, if you got minuses here, your plus need to be your math game, and your math game need to come first. It got to be overwhelming. So by the time that little thing go up in there, I'm assuming, I don't play like that, but I'm just assuming that she still be on cloud 9 some damn where with that math game. Be like, ooh, shit. Wear her the hell out with that math game. So when you slide up in there hill, she won't know no way because she's still on the clouds, right? Right, fellas? That's a compromise. That's how y'all stay together. That's the compromise. When you come up short here, you better work. You better learn how to twirl. You better get you some cherries. You better learn how to swirl that tongue thing around and tie knots and shit. What's your cherry time? I mean, I'm talking about men. Oh, don't be talking about now, I don't tie cherry shit. If you coming up short here, you better let them cherry time stems be your friend. You better learn how to work that tongue. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And women who don't feel like they need to move their hips or move, they just want to sit there and lay there. Fuck that. I mean, we got to make it healthy. We got to make it healthy. We're real, realistic as people in relationships and marriages and shit. Won't have to go out there and fool with these crazy ass people doing this freaky ass shit. So, females, we don't get no pass. You better learn how to move your hips. If you can't swerve your hips like Sierra standing up, you better know how to swerve them motherfuckers in the bed, okay? AunTeaFee, you talking like hell yeah. After hearing some of the shit we heard this morning, baby, listen. Listen, P. Diddy needs to stay in jail. Best line of a woman. Best line of a woman are done. I don't know what that means. I'm not done till you drown me. Okay, I'm just saying, Denise. I'm saying for the ones who don't. You know, for the ones who don't. Be like, shit, you just, okay. Oh, Lord, no. Okay, but anyway, but that ain't everybody's issue. I'm just saying, you know. Come on, y'all, let's go. Let's get in here. Because we got to hear the chef, the jury, the juror. Oh boy, it's some people who were witnesses who feel like there was witness tampering. And it had to be. It had to be. Why would number 25 right off the bat come out and saying he not, ain't no way. But the judge should have recognized it. The judge should have recognized it. These people was not sequestered. They can go home. The closing argument, the rebuttal on Friday, then you come back Monday. Just all of that. Trusting the fact that, one, wasn't nobody going to reach out to them. Two, they wasn't going to go on the internet, you know, and talk to somebody about it. You already knew that somebody was getting the message. Juror number 7, somebody sent them a text and asked them, are you on the witness stand? Are you 6? All that kind of crazy stuff. So you should have known some tampering was going on. The judge was just too nice. They say he was stern, but he was naive too. You know, I don't know. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Y'all hit the like button. Support AunTeaFee platform. Y'all know I bring the tea. What we doing? Hell, what we doing? Let's go. Let's go. We gonna start. Don't. Oh, and guess who else? Oh, before I go, I may need to wait on this one. Y'all remember? Do y'all remember even before Diddy? Do y'all remember when T.I. and Tiny was brought up in the real fallout with her and Shekinah being pulled off into some shit? Y'all remember all of that? Before Diddy, they was saying that T.I. and them was doing that type of shit, had a private room and a private wall. Tiny defends Diddy after not guilty verdict on sex trafficking and racketeering charges. People want to charge us so bad for being freaky. Says Tiny, T.I. Tiny, and King Harris named in a trafficking allegation. Did y'all hear that, T? You took Denise, you took a pause from men. I can dig that. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's good. And hell, you won't have to sit on no toilet and let some herbs go up in there. Hell, that's a good way of getting it back tight, ain't it? Keeping it to yourself. Hell, depending on how long that pause is, they're gonna need some pliers to get up in there. Oh, hell no. I guess all they need some is what is it called? Electro slide? Slide. I don't know. I don't think, if the baby oil ain't on my body, I think I don't stroke your thing with no baby oil. I'm kind of allergic to baby oil now. Now I'm going to think all Johnson and Johnson & Johnson, that y'all spiking the form. And I use I don't use baby. Well, I ain't gonna lie. But typically I use the gel, Johnson & Johnson's baby gel. But hell, just let it be on my body when I get out of the bathtub. And hell, if you need some lubrication, I don't think you do. But if you just like it on your paddle whacker, husband, let me get it. Let me pick it. They have grapes. What you mean they have grapes? What you mean they got grapes? What's grapes? Let me pick the lube. They got some that heat up automatically just with the, something. I don't want no Johnsons & Johnsons in my vagina. And that girl, you see her mouth? Y'all remember that woman's mouth I showed y'all? That was horrible. That was god awful. That was just, I ain't never in my life. Yeah, but July the 4th, 11:16 a.m. T.I. Who is the source? Hot 97. Hot 97 is saying Tiny, T.I. Tiny, and King Harris. There they go, bringing their sons into that shit, named in a trafficking allegation. And if memory serves us correctly, T.I. and Tiny, Shekinah, and some other lady was accused of grooming them and all of that crazy shit. Do y'all remember that? That was way before Diddy. Way before Diddy. Do y'all remember? They said today. Oh, it was a big thing. Back what, 20, when did Mo 3? 2020, 2021? Yep, T.I., Tiny, and their sons, King, brought up in their human sex trafficking allegations, allegedly. Yep, and I remember they had a wall behind a wall that didn't flash, one of that flash the hookers. He said Diddy went past him to go clean up, I guess. I don't know, clean up on aisle 1. And while he was going to work, he popped up behind him. He never came back in the room. He just popped up behind him. And he said Diddy got a trick door. I remember back in the day they was saying Tiny and T.I. had trick doors, where it was a room behind a wall where all the dirty and kinky stuff went down. And I think they wind up saying that they like inviting people into their bedroom. I tried to tell y'all a long time ago that human trafficking was tied into a lot of what was going on in Dallas and Memphis. I mean, other places too, but them was the stories that I was on at that time. And they will eliminate you if they can't bend you over. If you too independent and they done told you about what they got going on and you denounce that shit like, oh no, I don't want to up with it. Oh, so you turning us down. You don't want to be a part of it. Yeah, you know there's consequences to that, right? Because we done showed you what's going on. So we don't trust you to not say nothing. And then you start getting threats. Okay, I just thought I'd put that out there. I need to add Tiny and T.I. to my title. Let's go. Tiny and T.I. Hold on. Let's start here. Let's go. My likes ain't went up. One big nasty cuddle puddle. Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, child. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. And Shaq name done came up. LeBron James name done came up.
Who was in the Sean Diddy Combs trial.
Can y'all hear? Give me a 1 if y'all can hear.
Who was in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. George is joining us right now. This was 7 weeks of your life, hearing all of this testimony. You were an alternate. You did not deliberate, but did you agree with the final verdict?
I understood the final verdict, and I think if I, because I took a copious amount of notes.
Can y'all hear?
The 350 pages worth of notes. Because at the end, we weren't told who was an alternate, who was the main juror until...
Joining me now is an alternate juror who was in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. George is joining us right now. This was 7 weeks of your life, hearing all of this testimony. You were an alternate. You did not deliberate, but did you agree with the final verdict?
I understood the final verdict, and I think if I, because I took a copious amount of notes overall, like 350 pages worth of notes. Because at the end, we weren't told who was an alternate, who was the main juror until literally the last second when they were reading when the judge was reading his entire statement at the end. It was like the first 12 of you are the jurors, the last 5 are the alternates. So we didn't know, even in the jury room, no one treated everyone, we all were equal because we didn't know who was who.
Would you have acquitted him on RICO?
I think reading all my notes and looking back at the evidence, I probably would have reached the same conclusion as the other jurors.
What was it about that charge?
I don't, the thing with the, when it, because we were asked and the judge had instructed us that we have to find, we have to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think there was always a little bit of doubt in people's mind. And I think it was a tough case to prove, especially the first one. And, there was always a little bit of doubt there, even from the beginning.
Why did you doubt?
I think some of the charges, some of the witnesses, if you look at it one way, but then when you were listening to the defense, you could see it their way as well.
Were there any witnesses that made you think, I don't believe this?
There was one that I think unanimously we kind of all said like, wow, like
Whoa.
It was almost like watching
Whoa.
TV. It was like,
hold on. Okay, hold on, y'all. Did y'all catch that with y'all good ear? Did y'all catch that with y'all good ear T-sippers? Now, hold on. He was an alternate juror. So, he did not make it to... Would you please replay that? Okay, let's go. Get your good ear.
honestly, we kind of all said like, wow, like it was almost like watching.
I don't believe this.
There was one that I think unanimously we kind of all said like, wow, like it was almost like watching like. Always a little bit of doubt in people's mind, and I think it was a tough case to prove, especially the first one. And there was always a little bit of doubt there, even from the beginning.
Why did you doubt?
I think some of the charges, some of the witnesses, if you look at it one way, but then when you were listening to the defense, you could see it their way as well.
Were there any witnesses that made you think, I don't believe this?
There was one that I think unanimously we kind of all.
Did y'all hear that? Exactly. No, not the doubt. Not that part. Did you hear it? So, yes. Okay, so he was an alternate juror. He never made it to deliberation. He just said that it was one that they unanimously agreed. So if y'all were not supposed to discuss it before deliberation, if y'all was not supposed to collaborate, when did y'all agree? He was an alternate juror. He never made it to deliberation. He said that I think that we unanimously agree.
One way, but then when you were listening to the defense, you could see it their way as well.
Were there any witnesses that made you think, I don't believe this?
There was one that I think unanimously we kind of all said like, wow, like it was almost like watching like TV.
How he know that? That they all, so they talked before they were supposed to. They deliberated, they discussed it. They already had in their mind unanimously. Wow, let's go.
It was like, like when I think her name was Dawn Richard, that one. When she on cross-examination, I mean, I never saw such a cross-examination. It was very impressive to watch.
What was it about it?
I think just how the defense, got into her and really made her, look very not credible. I mean, I even wrote in my notebook that it was like a takedown.
Really? And that was pretty early on.
That was pretty early on.
From the opening statements, did you have a mindset of who you thought had a better case?
No. I think overall, from the way I look at it, both
not
sides
necessarily. You can read the
really
room.
Good.
They not you can't read the room. They not. How can you unanimously read if you are sitting in seat 1, 2, 3, you can't see everybody's seat. You can't read all the jurors' body language based on whatever seat that you on. You can't see everybody's expression, Rio. Your seat is facing the front. So So how would, come on now, let's be realistic. Don't come over here playing with me, because I'm not dumb. I done been here a minute. When you are looking and you're paying attention to whoever's on the stand, you're looking at the person who's on the stand. You don't know what she's going to say to make everybody at the same time start looking at everybody to get everybody's expression on their face when you're looking at the witness and you're paying attention to the witness. So that means either you're paying attention to the witness or you paying attention to the jurors. So that means he wasn't paying attention. Yeah, no. He said unanimously agreed. Yeah, no. And when you going off of body language based on somebody asking you a question, you don't say, well, I looked around and unanimously everybody body language was taken unanimously. The body language was the same. No, absolutely no. Don't play with me. No.
To themselves well. We were very impressed with the prosecution and the defense, how they, their professionalism, how they carried themselves.
And I am very big on body language. Very big on body language, but I would be a liar if I was trying to express that I saw everybody, every witness, is 12 of us plus 6 alternates, body language at the same time. Bullshit.
It was really good lawyering, as they say.
Racketeering is notoriously a complex.
Absolutely not.
Wow. It was almost like watching TV. Mm-hmm. It's their way as well.
Were there any witnesses that made you think, I don't believe this?
There was one that I think unanimously we kind of all said wow. It was almost like watching TV. Mm. It was
and hell, if I was going to assume somebody, impossible, Mark. It's impossible. Yeah, I don't please. I have shortcomings. I don't think I know everything, but what I do know, please don't play with my intelligence about it. Trust me, that is not gonna work out good. And if anything, I would have expected him to say Jane Doe. For somebody to say unanimously, I would have bet. Hell, he could have even said when old girl story, her days, she was hung over the bridge, over the balcony, but her days was off, or if not her, then Jane Doe. But he didn't say that about Jane Doe. He said that about Don. And Don ain't the only person that the defense poked holes into, but for him to say unanimously, no, they voted. They talked. I don't know how, but yeah, and that means that they was not supposed to do it, and that may be why juror number 25 had a preconceived notion on what he was and what was not gonna do, and he made up his mind ahead of time. And when he got the judge's instructions, he just flat out refused to follow them. And that's not saying that we can't agree, Your Honor. Before they even deliberated, 25, it was a no for him once he saw what was taken off the table and what the judge instructions expected. And right there, he said, I'm not going to be able to follow this. He should have been removed. But now we're hearing that there was a unanimous type of some form of one accord in agreement at dawn. So everything else after that, what can we say? Right there, y'all already agreed. Oh, this right here, no. Did nobody believe some of what she said? And she was early. Let's go. Come on.
Now, I think her name was Dawn Richard. The one. When she on cross-examination. I mean, I never saw such a cross-examination. It was very impressive to watch.
What was it about it?
I think just how the defense, got into her and really made her, look very not credible. I mean, I even wrote in my notebook that it was like a takedown.
Really? Yeah. That was pretty early on.
That was pretty early on.
From the opening statements, did you have a mindset of who you thought had a better case?
No. I think overall, in the way I look at it, both sides presented really good. Both sides presented themselves well. We were very impressed with the prosecution and the defense, how they, their professionalism, how they carried themselves. I mean, it was really good lawyering, as they say. Racketeering
is notoriously a complex case. Did you feel that the prosecution presented enough evidence to support that there was even an enterprise?
I think they did the best that they could, but I think
I mean, first of all, you need to ask people, what is an enterprise? I mean, because when I noticed that when you start, I mean, people can have a opinion, have an opinion without facts, or just have an opinion about beliefs, or just have an opinion about what is, considered normal or normal protocol. But when you ask them, because remember, T-shirt was when I asked them what is triple X trafficking by fraud. So what is triple X trafficking by fraud? What is that? What does that mean? And it was a guy in the comments that just was debating, just kept with rebuttals, moving the goalposts, gaslighting, all of that. But stop. What is triple X trafficking by fraud? And when I absolutely refused to no one help him, this is his debate, what does that mean? He couldn't tell me. Then he said, well, tell me. Then you tell. I don't know. Then you tell. So why are you debating? Why are you going ham? Why is your opinion not based off of facts? Because you don't even know what triple X trafficking by fraud is. And you so caught up in just debating a black man without no facts. Your ass won't even look it up. If somebody challenged me to that degree, hell, you could have Googled real quick and read the definition, which is what I was wanting him to do, because you're debating and you don't even know what it is. And then when I start, measuring your intelligence based on facts, because you're arguing a point and you don't even know what you're arguing about. Because if you knew what you was arguing about based off of the definition, not based on how we feel, you will know that, that's in there. But I think people don't want to get to the root of the definitions because they don't want to admit that, one, he wrong, and two, hell, some of the shit you may be doing is wrong. But the reality of it is ignorance of the law is no defense. And 99.9% of the people who are committing some of these crimes don't have P. Diddy's money to have a defense team like he did. See, Ira thought his money was long, but hell, even he found out his money wasn't as long because them same charges he got found guilty on. Right? So when people start saying, I ain't never heard of it, you're a lie. And you can't just say they've only did that to black people, because that's a lie as well. But carry on, because a lot of times we debate stuff on how we feel, and not one time has anybody got off for breaking the law based on how they feel. Because one thing, and don't say Diddy did, no, that is not true. Because Diddy knew everything that he was doing was illegal. That is why he had other people doing the work for him. But what is probably going to be his downfall, one, is that he would start doing it with the people who didn't get their Grammy, who was told that if you want to be successful in the hip-hop rap industry, you're going to have to be bisexual. And you're going to have to let us run up into your rear end. Okay? And hell, for the ones who eventually gave into that and they still didn't go where they was promised to go, and they done gave up their manhood, they are going to be the ones that expose it. And or people who just got caught up and got caught. That's the only but it's not gonna stop, and that's what Suge Knight was trying to tell Diddy on the cool. But since he got found not guilty, that's kind of falling on deaf ears until, oh boy, who's coming back, who never went anywhere. He wanted Diddy to see his face on day one. He popped out. Just like I tried to tell the other people, T-sippers, that they wanted to see how this trial was going to go, and all of the other cases was put on pause to see the outcome of this one, so they would know how to beat them at their own game the next go around. Because what they did this time is a blueprint. I'm talking about the defense. Is the blueprint. Now you done got somewhat in the best defense team's head. You done got off into they like playing football. You done got a glimpse of they game plays. So now with Lil Rod, as well as the stripper turn hookers coming out, because see, now this is majority guys. This is majority guys that has been converted, who has been manipulated, who has been pulled off into this XXX trafficking without even knowing that they was being pulled off into it. I noticed that all of the XXX workers were saying, "Oh no, I didn't see any distress. I didn't see, like she was willing and da 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 da." Okay, I understand that, fellas, because if y'all would have said anything other than that, then that could have been looked at as if you aped her. If she, so to say, well, she did kind of seem like she just was being forced, and like he was, because they'll say no, he never gave instructions, and then last night the other one, he got caught real into his lie real quick. I couldn't listen to him no more. You said that he never gave instructions, he never was, it was all her, and then you turned right around and said he told her, no, stop, slow down, do. So he was giving direction. I thought you just said he wasn't. So it was as if everybody had been told, put it on Cassie. Put it on Cassie. She was the one giving direction. She gave no signs, don't put it on him, put it on her. But then turn right around and say he was directing. Okay? So now they come and saying, I got her pregnant. They aborted my baby. I was misled for 5 years. I got STDs, all of this type of stuff. So it's going to be a whole nother time. So when people were saying, could there be double jeopardy? No. Because those racketeering charges specifically said Cassie Ventura and Daphne, well, her real name was Jane Doe. It never said any of the men. And this go around, these men names are going. So how are the men who was defending Diddy before, how y'all going to defend him now with these straight men that either was sodomized or taken advantage of, slipped a Mickey, woke up hurting, or went in as a male dancer and came out a hooker? And how y'all going to defend this? So now the attack is not on when a woman say no after she done said yes 50 million times. She said yeah 50 million times, and one time I had it set up and she ran out and I went and got her. It's DV, you know. What are y'all gonna say now? Is the content creator gonna be outside in the yard hollering, "You're a liar, Diddy, the bad boys for life," when we all know that you got a similar background, very similar to Diddy's? So he may be okay with it, but what about the straight men? Are y'all still gonna co-sign that behavior? Because I promise to God, hope to die, stick a needle in my eye. Not my good eye, you know. I'ma look at y'all like y'all suspect. When y'all make excuses for Mickey's being slipped in people's drink and wake up having to get in the jacuzzi, get in a pool that's cold. You know, we got videos of him laying in the bed, hearing somebody being taken advantage of. You hearing a male screaming in the background, and he's saying, "Happy birthday to me, happy birthday," like it's his gift. Whatever man that was being taken advantage of, like that was his gift, birthday gift, to see another man or hear another man screaming. Don't I'm going hard. I'm going too hard. I'm going in too hard, James Garrett. Let's keep listening. Okay.
It's a tough case to prove.
Why?
I mean, when you look at the charges, kidnap, I think they did the best that they could. But I think it was a tough case to prove.
Why?
I mean, when you look at the charges, kidnapping, arson, forced labor, the government had one side, but then the defense, they had some pretty good rebuttals to it.
How could they not see forced labor?
I think added some, doubt always, and I think in people's mind.
You didn't hear from some of the people the government said were co-conspirators, like employees,
like Christina Karam, and
example, or D-Rock.
Yeah.
Did that affect your thoughts about the case?
I don't think so, no.
Would you have wanted to hear from them?
Interesting.
We always thought that maybe we would hear from them, but maybe we also understood maybe why they wouldn't be called.
Why?
Because
who is we? Who is we? He never made it to the jury room. So who is we? He was released before deliberation. So he said we. So again, was this discussed before deliberation?
From them, but maybe we also understood maybe why they wouldn't be called.
Why?
Because maybe they didn't want to testify, or they wouldn't really be proving the case, or it would be like it would be not advantageous.
So we, you say, is his co-conspirators. Okay, so again, he's an alternate juror who didn't know who was going to be selected until the day of deliberation. They were not supposed to discuss it or ahead of time or deliberate ahead of time. But it sounds like, you know, he had a clique. I don't know if it was all 12, but he is referencing plural and not singular. Shaw 77, it's a whole bunch of more people coming. And I think that if I was a judge, I think that if I was a judge and I was really even toned, well balanced, even tempered, really kind of nice but stern, you know, let some things pass that probably shouldn't have passed. I would think at the point that I would think that at the point that I realized that I had been played, if I could keep it real, at the point that I realized these motherfuckers done played in my face, because there is no way, unless there had been some hanky-panky, some trickery, some, you know, with the two different jurors' issues. At the point I realized I had been played, I'd have shut it down too. Bail denied. Cause in all actuality, instead of just in their minds saying, I beat the feds, I beat the judge, we played everybody. We played everybody. You talking about the inside job, the biggest heist, the biggest hit. And he going home. And so we just bypassed everything. And it was even how they wrote it. It was crystal clear that it should have been a conspiracy of one should have been should have been guilty hell, because the two that they found guilty was in one. And they just flat out refused to obey my instructions. So so not only are the defense playing in my face, the jurors playing in my face. Now you want me to let him out on bond? And that's why he shut it down. So now he pissed. He pissed at this point because he know he been played. And then the cherry on top is that the witnesses that was supposed to be, who was subpoenaed, are telling me now in writing why they disobeyed government orders. It's because I was contacted by Diddy's then attorney, law firm attorney. I was getting threats. The three people I told one had to be KK or D-Rock or somebody on his team who was acting like they wasn't communicating with him no more. And now all of a sudden his attorney is contacting me saying that Diddy was advised, and I want to know if you need the witness tampering. Now I need to know if you need some assistance with an attorney, because I'm willing to help you. The same thing they did to Daphne, so that they would then come out in court and announce that this witness attorney is being paid for by Diddy, like they did Daphne, which is going to also cause doubt in this witness, like it did with Daphne. So at this point, a witness is saying, man, fuck this shit. I don't trust nothing. I don't trust nobody. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the, do what you gonna do. These people trying to unalive me, you know? So now it kind of makes sense. Everybody playing in my, I don't know how to tell folk. I can't stand nobody playing in my face. Please don't play in my face. Please don't. Yeah, because I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to shut it all down. So I get it. And I think that's why his bail is denied, which also, you know, may not work in Diddy's favor. So I think him denying the bail, these witnesses are coming out saying they fear for their life. I am the one that he was contacting while he was in jail. I was one of the ones that he contacted, tried to make contact with me in jail. He will not take no for an answer. And the ones who said no are going against him life, not just mine. I respect that about her. I don't even know, but it's not just her life. She made mention that everybody who went against Diddy, life is in danger. That's deep to me. Y'all said he wasn't going to jail at all. Y'all said he was getting out. So it is. We're going to sit back and see. But what you're not gonna do is flood my chat with all of this. What is he's not gonna do? If that's your opinion, cool. You done said it, so you don't have to say it again, JM. It could be. I don't give a shit. But he got more charges coming. So however he sit this time, the next time with him being a convicted felon of a sex crime, which they need to make sure he register. He needs to be a registered XXX offender. He's a convicted felon of a sex crime 2 times around. And when these new charges come up against him, if he didn't lay down this time, they gonna put his ass to sleep the next time. Well, we gonna hold you. I'm gonna put your ass in timeout because I told you to shut up for a minute. You have stated your case. Yeah, this is my platform. I'm gonna talk. Okay, next time follow. Y'all kill me because y'all can't follow orders. Y'all, you got that Diddy spirit. You gonna try to force yourself. I don't do well with force. Don't force yourself on me, JM. Do not force yourself on me. I rebuke force. I will shut it down. Hi, JJ. JJ up. Do not force yourself on me. And if you don't like my commentary, you don't like my opinion, I respect that. And I respect you when you leave. But hit the like button on your way out. Okay? Thank you, JJ. The jury could not follow the judge's instructions. And here we are thinking 25, 6 lied. was he 7? Whichever one, who didn't know his address, his zip code, and all that shit. Him. And then to hear this alternate witness let us know that they was discussing it. They were deliberating. They was lining it up before they was even chosen who was going to be the 12 and who were the alternates. They already had the discussion. And he had told them not to do that. Yeah.
So no.
Would you have wanted to hear from them? Conspirators, like employees
Like
of
Christina Karam and
example, or D-Rod.
yeah.
Did that affect your thoughts about the case?
I don't think so, no.
Would you have wanted to hear from them?
We always thought that maybe we would hear from them, but maybe we also understood maybe why they wouldn't be called.
Why?
Because maybe they didn't want to testify, or they wouldn't really be proving the case, or it would be not advantageous to be called. So, but honestly,
so he
we were just waiting till the end until when
we was every time he say we, oh my God. So they had determined that it wouldn't serve no either way. If KK J-Rock would have got on the stand, it wouldn't have mattered. They wouldn't have added nothing to it. Can y'all believe that? We. When did we talk? Because he said that we determined that about done early on. So we been talking. We been collabing. We been notified. We been paid off. We can go so many different places. We had cater. I mean, yeah. He said that it wouldn't have mattered. While we up here saying, where KK? Where D-Rock? Why they wasn't there? He said that was not a determined factor. We had decided that we understood why they wasn't there. It wouldn't have added to it. It wouldn't have taken away. So what we over here saying is the reason they done already determined that ain't it. That's a nail in a short place. What that mean? That's a nail in a sure place. They had already determined that, y'all. This interview will probably come back to bite him. Bite him? Ooh, what if the judge see it? Ooh. How would he feel? Do he have a good ear? It means you are speaking the truth, okay? And no darkness can comprehend, okay? I receive that. His eyes do look a little dark now. I ain't gonna even lie. He right, Lord, why I stop right here? Because right here he look kind of like, yeah. Y'all please double tap y'all screen. Just go tap him on his nose on your phone. Tap his nose or thump his ears twice. Go and get my likes up. Let's go.
So you'll be like, it would be not advantageous to be called. So, but honestly, we were just waiting till the end, until when the judge gave his instructions and how to interpret the law. Because I think
he said that was waiting on, and when he did that, what happened? When he did that, Mr. George of the jungle, watch out for that tree. Number 25 said, oh, nope. They done took this out. They done took that out. There is no compromise. Y'all know I ain't no good. Ooh, watch out for that tree.
Everyone really didn't have anything made up, their mind made up or in any way. It was.
How do he know that? George, how do you know that? How do you know nobody had it already made up in their mind? How can you say that? But y'all all agreed that Dawn was a no. How do you know what everybody else? Because we were discussing.
Anything made up, their mind made up or in any way. It was really, everyone was waiting to see how, the definitions and how everything was going to be interpreted and what they were to be looked at. Exactly.
So important.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the sex trafficking cases, because of court charges.
Really
obviously, Cassie Ventura testified visibly pregnant for days.
Yes.
How did her testimony impact you in your understanding of the case?
It did. I listened. We listened very intently. It was, I think, 5 days.
You saying they deliberated before deliberation, Barbara? They deliberated before deliberation. How else would he know that nobody had made up in their mind ahead of time? Which is not true, but how could he even say that? What you mean, no, ma'am? So you saying that they didn't deliberate ahead of time? You saying they waited to deliberate? I mean, I just want to be clear on what you're saying, Miss Barbara Morgan. How can he not say I? He keeps saying we. What did Miss Barbara say? Miss Barbara, what are you saying? No, ma'am, to exactly. They deliberated before the time. Yeah, I mean, how else could he speak on that without talking with them? The night got lucky. I don't know what that means.
Trafficking cases, because of court charges. Obviously, Cassie Ventura testified visibly pregnant.
Their mind made up or in any way. It was really, everyone was waiting to see how, the definitions and how everything was going to be interpreted and what they were to be looked at. Exactly.
So important.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the sex trafficking cases, because of court charges. Obviously, Cassie Ventura testified visibly pregnant for days.
Yes.
How did her testimony impact you in your understanding of the case?
It did. I listened. We listened very intently. It was, I think, 5 days or whatever of thing, and it was very riveting. And it was very riveting testimony and very credible testimony.
You believed her?
I mean, I think we did. I think we did.
Hold up.
She wouldn't have done all this.
Hold on. So they believed Cassie. He said they believed Cassie. Interesting. They believed Cassie. So he's saying they believed Cassie. So if they believed Cassie and they had two of the not guilty, and they come on. Wow, the more he talks, the more he tells, and the more it sounds like the case was bought. Because you would have thought that he was going to say they did not believe Cassie. Because if you believed Cassie, then you believe that that hotel, she was being forced to go back in there and interact with a freak off that she did not want to do because she was trying to leave. So if you believed Cassie, let's just say you don't believe you don't believe, but you believe Cassie, then one should have been guilty. It should have been 2 not guilty and 3 guilties. If he didn't say just he believed Cassie, they believed Cassie. Let's listen with this Cassie right here, because this right here is going to let us know if they intentionally threw this case. Let's go.
It was, I think, 5 days or forever of thing. And, you know, it was very riveting. It was very riveting testimony and very credible testimony.
You believed her?
I mean, I think we did. I think we did.
We did.
I mean, she wouldn't have done all this just to come up there and, you know, lie about everything. No one, even the defense didn't come out and say or anything like that.
Did the money that they talked about in terms of a civil settlement she received?
So he's saying that none of them doubted Cassie. And in his opinion, he doesn't think even the defense doubted Cassie. So there is no, that it was we again. So there is no way they should have jumped past 1 if everybody, he's saying, is in his opinion, believed Cassie.
Did that color her testimony for you at all?
I don't think so, no.
Did that color
that?
Did the money that they talked about in terms of a civil settlement she received, did that color her testimony for you at all?
I don't think so, no.
Oh my.
I don't think so, no.
Did you look at the defendant? Did he?
Are y'all listening? And I'm saying this, I'm stopping it on purpose because I want us to do this together. So that means, you know, realistically, everything that people who was finding fault in everything, what the people outside of the courtroom, outside of the jury box was thinking were the reasons why they bypassed 1 is not their reasoning. They believed Cassie, and he's saying now that her settlement was not a factor. Yeah, I'm speechless. Because everybody's arguments, this man who was there, who they gonna say, but he wasn't in the, they had already deliberated. They had already discussed it before they went in that back room. They just didn't know who the judge was going to select. They had already sat down, talked about it, and discussed it. And what the people were thinking was the real reasons, he's saying, no, it wasn't. So what was the real reason? Because you just said, Cassie, every last one of y'all believed what she said happened. She had already gotten paid. There was no reason for her to get up there and lie. That's what he said. And for anybody who thinking that they haven't deliberated and that he was reading their body language, every last one, bullshit. They talked. He's speaking in we and not I. Every answer is we, not I. He never said I. He has never said I.
Did that color her testimony for you at all?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so, no.
Did you look at the defendant, Diddy Combs, differently after her testimony?
No, I didn't really look at him.
Did y'all hear him? Did you hear him get stuck on we? And if you notice, her questions to him is directly directed to him for his opinion, and his answers and responses are we. This is the first time he got slipped up and tripped up on I and we.
No, I didn't really look at him too much. I mean, I always looked at him because of my point of view was...
Her testimony for you at all?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so, no.
Did you look at the defendant, Diddy Combs, differently after her testimony?
No, I didn't really look at him too much. I mean, I always looked at him because of my point of view was just literally at him. Like some people were on the side, but I was more in the corner. So I was always like staring at him. But I don't think he was mostly just very composed and talking with his lawyers and very in control, it seemed like. You know, because I think I'm not really familiar too much with cases and I don't really follow, you know, cases in court, so I don't know how defendants usually act. But sometimes what I've heard in you know, from the news is that some defendants, you know, they just sit very stoically. They don't interact with their lawyers. They just let their lawyers talk and go. But he was very, you know, talking with them, writing notes, doing that. So you could tell that he, you know, he was, you know, he was fighting for himself.
You saw some very graphic images, videos. You heard very sexual and graphic details. What was that like, hearing that? And how did it impact how you viewed the case?
No, they were very graphic, and but I think overall, you know, we were looking at it from like one side, and it was definitely riveting and eye-opening.
What did you see on the videos? You know, the press wasn't able to see it in real time.
Yeah. No, I mean, they were showing some of the, well, I mean, there was both.
Barbara, what do you mean? The whole interview needs to be listened to. Her questions are direct. His answers are as well. So what do you mean? It won't be taken out of context. What do you mean? She's saying you and asking for his opinion, and he is responding, in we. So how is that taken out of context? I'm just trying to understand your logic and trying to move the goalpost or sway as if we can't understand, like our comprehension is off. Hell, what we thought was the reason we're finding out it's not. He's saying, no, it was not a factor. Yes, I think we all agreed that. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? You sound like you're trying to make us look at it differently than what he's saying. It's real clear. He is saying we. And the one time that he, you know, was finna grab an I, he got mixed up on we and I and we. What are you talking about? I'm trying to get you an opportunity to explain so that we won't take won't take your comments, your response out of context. Because right now, it looked like you trying to change a narrative. Because he is not complicated at all. He not complicated at all. He real clear. Ain't no misunderstanding on what he's saying. So what are you trying to say? What you trying to spin? What you trying to manipulate on the cool? Respectfully.
Both the the freak offs and hotel nights, as they were called.
This man, let's hear this. Let's hear this. Okay, hold on. This man is apparently from another foreign country and has a. What is his dialect? His answer is his answer. What does his dialect have to do with his answer? So you saying because he is from a foreign country and have a dialect that his answers are not his answers? Is that what you're telling me? We're not putting not one word in his mouth, and with his dialect, his answers are still responses appropriately to the questions. And if no, he slipped and said I. He slipped and said I. And then he did you not hear him then interpret what he saw? Hold up, because everybody else was sitting here, there, and there. So he can now respond to I because of where he sat. He had a very clear shot of Diddy where other people did not. So he was able to look at Diddy. So that answer was a single answer because of where he sat. Don't play with me, Barbara. Don't do that. Don't do that. Now, I know you don't know me, and I don't know you, but I know what I do. I know what I do. And I know right now, you trying to play in my face. Yeah. Yeah, so hold your mule, because now you playing in my face. This man is real clear. He had a bird's eye view of Diddy where he sat. And then is when he switched up from the we to I, because he was able to answer this question single-handedly because of where he sat as far as looking at Diddy. So no one else could have collaborated with that response because everybody did not have his seat. Don't play with me, lady. Don't do that, because I'm listening. I'm trying. So respectfully, let's just chill. Stop that. Stop that. Respectfully. You back up. I back up. You hold your opinion. And you let me commentate. How about that? How does that sound, everybody? How does that sound, everybody? Respectfully. Because I'm not going to let you play in my face. I'm not going to allow you to play with my intelligence. Yes, he has a dialect. But this man is intelligent. And they have talked. They deliberated. Period.
But it was.
What were they showing those videos?
They showed, well, like one side, and no, they were very graphic, and but sometimes what I've heard in you know from the news is that some defendants, you know, they just sit very stoically. They don't interact with their lawyers. They just let their lawyers talk and go. But he was very
actively involved,
talking with them, writing notes, doing that. So you could tell that he was fighting for himself.
You saw some very graphic images, videos. You heard very sexual and graphic details. What was that like, hearing that? And how did it impact how you viewed the case?
No, they were very graphic, and but I think overall, you know, we were looking at it from like one side, and it was definitely riveting and eye opening.
What did you see on the videos? You know, the press wasn't able to see it in real time.
Yeah. No, I mean, they were showing some of the. Well, I mean, there was both the freak offs and hotel nights, as they were called, from both of them. But it was.
Were they showing those videos?
They showed, well, again, you know, the defense and the prosecution showed different clips, so they were very selective. Like the prosecution was showing more, you know, just Cassie just sitting around.
The defense showed that.
The defense showed that, yeah.
Just her sitting around not engaging in sexual activity.
Yes.
The prosecution, when you had to have your headphones on and otherwise, what were you seeing then?
There was sexual activity, but I mean, it wasn't really.
Was it force? Did it?
No, it didn't seem forced. It was actually like pretty tame.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she?
It was just a lot of rubbing
I knew
oil.
you wasn't gonna be able to do it. I just knew that you was not gonna be able to do it, Barbara. I knew that you were not going to be able to do it. You Diddy supporters just cannot help yourself. You have to force the issue. You have to force. When the facts come out, bye Barbara, bye Precious, bye. Come back another day. I mean, baby, they cannot. They always take the bait when the facts come out. When the truth comes and there is no ifs, ands, and buts about it, they have to go to a place to move it, to shake it, to go back to something that it never, ever fails. This man just said that they all believed Cassie. He said even the defense had no argument for her. They discussed this. They discussed the fact that the defense did not have any rebuttal, no questions. Everybody believed her. And I'm going to assume that they believed her testimony and they believed the video. The video proved racketeering. What in the hell are you talking about? The only thing that this man could have said that would have validated them not recognizing Rico was to say they did not believe Cassie. If that would have came out of his mouth, if he would have said, you know, it was just something about her testimony, even though we saw the video, you know, he said we believed her. They agreed. With that comment, that statement, that means that they were able to see racketeering. Because that normal DB is just the ass whooping. But, dumbass Barbara, but he didn't stop there. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. Okay? You just gonna force me to expose you. If he would have stopped right there, you could have gotten away with DV. Because he can't stop, won't stop. Because he can't stop, won't stop. And he wanted that icing. He wanted Jules icing on her belly so he could rub it off and put it wherever he was going to put it that night. He was dragging her back to the room because she had a job with a hooker, a male hooker that he paid for. So Dumb Barbara, Slow Bunny, KK, D-Rock, Mama Combs, whoever you are, it surpassed DV when he was dragging her back to finish off with the hooker. That part right there was racketeering. Okay? For the slow bunnies in the back who insist on that was DV, the kicking and all of that, the drunk throwing vase and all of that, sitting there with his towel on. Okay? There is a compromise right there. Let's say that is DV. Put a period right there though. But can't stop, won't stop. Wanted to get that NUT. He wanted old boy to get that NUT so he can get that icing, that glazed icing off of her body so he could rub it here or put it there. So much so that he was dragging her back. And at that point, it is no longer DV. It is forcing her to go back and entertain a male hooker that he has paid for a service. Okay? Are we clear? I mean, for people who got some sense, does that make any type of sense? Because I am not going to allow her or nobody else to play with my intelligence. If you want to say it's DV, it was up until the point that he was trying to force her to go back and finish entertaining the paid hooker. Dragging her back is trafficking. And this guy right here said that he believed her. Everybody believed her, not just the jurors, but the defense as well. So there was no debating, no past Cassie. Now, was I expecting for him to give us some now? Well, you know, yeah. He paid for the tape. That's why I'm saying everything that needed to find him guilty for number one was in the videotape, was in Cassie. Cassie was honest. She said that there was times that she went along with it. But that day she said no. And she was trying to leave. She tried to sneak out. She came out without any shoes so he wouldn't hear her. She was trying to sneak out because she didn't want to do it. He ran her down, put hand, feet, and toes, threw objects, tried to drag her by her hair. Come on. And he was not, he was making her go back to play with Jules. Now. And I'm not going to entertain you. So I mean, if you can make it make sense instead of saying a DV ain't rec, we passed DV, we passed that. He went beyond DV for a reason, and the reason was he had paid for hookers, and one was waiting.
and stuff on there. It wasn't.
Hey, Crystal.
It wasn't anything too.
I don't know.
You know, graphic.
I don't know.
Let me ask.
Hey, Max to the Boogie. How long do people stay with pimps? How long do people stay with pimps? How long do, let's just say for the sake of argument, how many people who have been touched by their mate stays? What are the odds that they leave the first time somebody put hands on them? I mean, are we gonna be realistic? I mean, I could play it both sides. How many O's leave they pimps the first time the pimp put their hands on them? How many pimps, when one of their O's try to leave, go and get they O's and bring them and still put hands, feet, and toes on them? How many O's defend their pimps who don't put hands, feet, and toes on them? I mean, are we gonna play dumb? They stay. So don't expect more from her who he groomed as a teenager. Don't expect more from her that he groomed as a teenager when some of you grown ass men and women stay in abusive relationships as adults. Now, we not gonna play dumb. I was up all night now. I'm not gonna play dumb. I'm just not gonna do it. Can somebody follow Max with some gifts at the bottom? A super chat, super sticker? Can I get some likes up or what have you? Y'all just want all this good knowledgeable wisdom as tea, you know. Boy, I tell you, I may raise my voice, but it comes with knowledge and wisdom. This tea is hot, baby. Thank you, Sylvia, for following Max with some gifts. I greatly appreciate it, Sylvia S. I surely do. Cause one thing is for sure, it's one thing to have some with us an opinion, but when we apply the facts, the reality, along with the wisdom, and make no excuses about what it is, that we're not gonna play dumb. We're just not gonna do that. And we're not gonna act like it ain't a whole bunch of y'all with opinions who done got more ass whoopers than she have, and y'all still with us, and we still together. Thank you, JJ. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. We just not gonna do that. And now, because these people done told their truth to a madman who has threatened their lives, their family lives, and they done went out there and put themselves on the front line. Whose lives now are in danger. Because these people that we are listening to with our good ear has already gave up, told on themselves that they deliberated before deliberation. Hell, he never made it to the room, and he done already had his vote. Thank you, Janet. I greatly appreciate the floating hearts. I greatly appreciate it. When we listen with our good ear, it casts out all that foolishness. Now, he done been found now guilty. Ain't nothing we can do about it, but we ain't gonna continue to play dumb. This man never made it in the deliberation room, and it's clear they deliberated before he got in on it. But because they did, he is telling us that they believed Cassie. Hands down. And if they believed Cassie, then they believed it was racketeering. Because those key elements that they only needed 2 offenses were in Cassie. Now let's go forward.
Thank you. this jury that deliberated did not find sex trafficking when it came to Cassie Ventura. They also didn't find it when it came to Jane.
And I want to ask,
I mean, it wasn't really.
Was it force?
It didn't seem.
I must have went too far.
We're looking at it from like one side, and it was definitely riveting and eye-opening.
What did you see on the videos? You know, the press wasn't able to see it in real time.
Yeah. No, I mean, they were showing some of the. Well, I mean, there was both the freak-offs and hotel nights, as they were called, from both of them. But it was.
What were they showing those videos?
They showed, well, again, you know, the defense and the prosecution showed different clips, so they were very selective. Like the prosecution was showing more, you know, just Cassie just sitting around.
The defense showed that.
The defense showed that, yeah.
Just her sitting around not engaging in sexual activity.
Yes.
The prosecution, when you had to have your headphones on and otherwise, what were you seeing then?
There was sexual activity, but I mean, it wasn't really.
Was it force?
It didn't seem forced. It was actually like pretty tame.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she?
It was just a lot of rubbing oil and stuff on there. It wasn't anything too you know, graphic.
Let me ask you, this jury that deliberated did not find sex trafficking when it came to Cassie Ventura. They also didn't find it when it came to Jane, and I want to ask you about Jane in a moment. But did it surprise you when it came to Cassie Ventura that they did not convict on sex trafficking?
No, I think it was a difficult thing to prove, and I think there was always some doubt, you know, whether. Because, you know, I think what the judge says, it has to be forced. And I think the defense did show some messages where it didn't seem that it was forced.
Oh, her text messages when she talked about it.
Yeah.
That was really important to you to consider.
I think that was one aspect, yes.
Did that make you feel that it was consensual?
It did seem like it, yeah.
Talk to me about Jane.
Even in the videos and everything seemed very consensual.
Really?
Yeah.
How about with Jane? Obviously, she testified for several days, very emotional at times.
Hey, so this
what did you think of her?
Hey, everybody came in.
Did you believe her?
I think it was a very
Okay, I gotta entertain you, A. You said she could have left at any time. What happened when we saw? We don't know how many. We don't know nothing about the other times. We know that there was we just gonna stick with the time we saw. What happened when we saw that she tried to leave? What did you see? Woo! I got a watermelon. Thank you for the watermelon. Happy for it and a drink. You said Kane Light said you need a watermelon cocktail. Put your eye swag on. Put a drink in your hand. Thank you, Kane Life. Hey, A. That time we saw that she tried to leave on video. What happened? No. A, I'm gonna remove your comments until you answer my question. The time that we saw with our own eyes that she was trying to leave, you said, because you said she could have left at any time. Granted, we saw her trying to leave. You said she could have left at any time. What happened when we saw that she tried to leave? What happened? I'll wait to hear your answer. That's the only answer I want. And if you answer anything other than what I'm asking you, I'm going to remove you for today. What happened that time where we saw her trying to leave? You said she could have left at any time. She attempted to. What happened the time that we saw her trying to leave? What happened? I'm waiting for that answer. Okay, y'all say bye to A. You can't answer. Boy, I tell you, when you pin their asses to the facts, So that meant that your statement was incorrect. And when I challenged you to your question, you got a Tootsie Roll stuck up in your ass and you could not answer. Everybody say by the A. Do not make them type of statements when somebody challenge you with a fact and you refuse to answer, because that means that you will have to tell the truth and you refuse online, because that's the narrative your boss made you have is a lie. So don't come over here lying, because we seeking facts over here, boo-boo. We seeking facts. You come over here with that bullshit. Oh, excuse me. God dang. Okay. I'm back, y'all. Because our opinion has been challenged. Listening to this man, our opinion has been challenged. So this man was there. He was there. He done told off on himself, whether he know it or not. And we cannot not take what this man is saying into account. He was there. He was a part of it. So he said they believed her. So what we thought was key factors into how they derived to the not guilty, he is saying that that's not the case. So how dare us say, yes, it is. Yes, it was. No, he said that was not the case. Does that make sense? So he has proved our opinion wrong, period. He said the money wasn't even a factor. Everybody want to chime in on how much money she got in a settlement. He said, no, that wasn't it. Would your opinion have changed if KK and D-Rock? He was like, no, I mean, they really couldn't have added or taken away. Yeah. I can't make me change his opinion, and he is presenting us with the facts of how they came to their conclusion. He has validated that they saw racketeering. They saw number one, but like number 25 said, yeah, I'm not going to be able to follow the instructions. It was rigged. Shit. Yeah, hell, a one even implemented what he was found guilty of. It was male hookers in the room. So how can you get the male hookers without one? With the video, all of it. It's all in. The video covers one. The racketeering. Plus, there was it went from DV to trafficking because he was trying to drag her back to the hooker. So we're not gonna do that. Very
again, riveting, long testimony, and I did believe her, at least on some parts. Some parts were a little bit didn't add up as much. Seemed a little strange.
What part seemed strange to you?
One part for me that seemed a little strange was the night, I think, when Jane was in, when they had the fight.
Yeah.
It just, the timing seemed.
So when it came to Jane, now his whole some of it just didn't do it. Okay, I want to get back to the beginning of that.
Did that make you feel that it was consensual?
It did seem like it, yeah.
Talk to me about Jane.
Even in the videos and everything seemed very consensual.
Really?
Yeah.
How about with Jane? Obviously, she testified for several days, very emotional at times.
It was, yeah.
What did you think of her credibility? Did you believe her? I think
it was very again, riveting, long testimony. And I did believe her, at least on some parts. Some parts were a little bit,
we got an eye, y'all.
Didn't add up as much. Seemed a little strange.
What part seemed strange to you?
One part for me that seemed a little strange was the night, I think, when Jane was in, when they had the fight.
Yeah.
It just, the timing seemed a little like you going from like one closet to another closet to it just, something didn't add up there.
How about the impact when you heard that her rent was being paid or her lawyer is being paid by the defendant? Did that surprise you?
That was surprising, yeah, and it was that it was still being paid.
What did you think when you heard that?
Wow, it was surprising.
I want to ask you as well about, obviously it's...
Yeah, that was a big merch for him. That was a big merch. See, he has a whole different demeanor with Jane than he do with Cassie. And Lord heaven forbid if he bring up that he was paying for her attorney, because that witness that went MIA, that's what they was trying to do when they contact her about needing legal assistance, so that they could have brought her up as well as paying for her attorney. It was clever. I ain't gonna even lie. The manipulation was kind of overwhelming if you just ain't on top of a pimp mindset. Cause paying for the attorney, it was some witness time. Sounds like he was. Okay.
I'm talking about Diddy as if I know him. Like we know his name because he's this very famous person. Did the fact that he was so famous, did that impact you in any way? Did you know him?
No, I did not know him.
Did you know his music at all?
No, I don't. I didn't really listen to his music.
So seeing him was just a stranger.
Pretty much. I know of him, and I know, but I don't really follow his music or the rap industry in general. So that might have been why. I think a lot of the jurors, I think if you look at their backgrounds, I don't think they were, they didn't follow this or that. That's probably why they were chosen. I was never expected to be chosen, to be honest.
Yeah? Well,
I wasn't even looking for this at all.
Who would be, right?
Exactly.
So they done made friends. They done talked about, did you know him? Do you listen to his music? Yeah. Okay.
So that might have been why. I think a lot of the jurors, I think if you look at their backgrounds, I don't think they were, they didn't follow this or that. That's probably why they were chosen. I was never expected to be chosen, to be honest.
Yeah?
I wasn't even looking for this at all.
Who would be,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But let me ask you, the other jurors, when you would talk to them, I know you weren't allowed to deliberate at all in this, but when you talked to them, were they familiar with who he was? Did his celebrity status seem to impact them at all?
No, I don't think so, no. I think everyone was really waiting for the interpretation of the law. And
is that because you were confused about the case or because you just wanted to know your marching orders?
I think we wanted to know our marching orders and how we need to look at everything. I think...
It's interesting that he said that. Are we listening with our good ear? Because they were waiting for the marching orders from the judge. But the minute they got them, we know for sure 25 said, oh no, I will not march to these orders. He said they were trying to wait until they got the instructions, the definitions, and the order. But yet, when at least one of them, got them, he flat out refused to follow them. Now, although she asked him, I know y'all were not supposed to deliberate beforehand or discuss the case. We know with our good ear that he has already told off on that. But they was trying to hold off to see what direction, what the orders was going to send them in order for them to follow the law. And 25 said, an hour in to reading 63 pages. Halfway through them 63 pages, he said, oh no, I ain't gonna be able to do it. Because what? Why? Why can't you do it? Because his orders say, forget how you feel. Forget your preconceived notion of what racketeering is. We need for you to find these offenses. One, all we need is two of them. Even if you choose the two and the one person's testimony that you absolutely believe, hands down, y'all unanimously agree. How can you not? Whether you think racketeering is this, that, or the other, the orders, the directions, the guidelines saying, give me two. And y'all still, not him, because he wasn't selected, disobeyed the guidelines. That's why his bail was denied. Let's go.
Were they familiar with who he was? Did his celebrity status seem to impact them at all?
No, I don't think so, no. I think everyone was really waiting for the interpretation of the law. And
is that because you were confused about the case or because you just wanted to know your marching orders?
I think we wanted to know our marching orders and how we need to look at everything. You know, I think we were really, I think, at least for me, we want to be, and we are asked to be as impartial as possible. So we needed to know, you hear both sides of, one side, the other side, and it's very important to know what we're actually supposed to be, ruling at and how we're supposed to be looking at it from the judge.
There was a juror who was excused close to the end of the trial. What did you know about that and why?
We were told, what happened. I mean, I think someone had mentioned that it was, I think he lied about where he was from or something like that. But really we were kind of kept in isolation from the whole day. Not really told much, told to not, follow any news or turn off everything. Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk among yourselves about the case, which we followed. We really followed the judge's instructions. At least I did too.
So when that person,
myself,
when that person was no longer in the chair after seeing them there for 7 weeks on end, or however many weeks it was in at that point, did you think it was odd? Did you have concerns?
No. I mean, that's why they have, they call 18 people, because they knew it was a long case, and there's probably going to be someone's going to get sick or someone's going to drop out. So that's why. So,
would you have wanted to hear Diddy testify? Would it have made a difference to you?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
It wouldn't have made a difference because it would have added to your understanding, or because you'd heard enough?
I think we heard enough. I don't know if it would have helped or hindered. I haven't really thought about that as much.
Yeah.
But I think it was really helpful, again, in the end, at least for what we were looking forward to, what I was looking forward to the most, was just the 61-page judge instructions of how we're supposed to be charged the law.
They did find him guilty of those transportation to engage in prostitution charges. the prosecution was being very sarcastic and laughing at the idea that these men were just being paid for their time. How did you see that statement?
You mean the defense?
Mm-hmm. Well, the prosecution said that, well, yes, you're right. The defense said that they were being paid for their time. The prosecution was mocking that. Who did you believe?
No, I think the evidence to show that there was the transportation of prostitution, I think was overwhelming, and that's why the jury found him guilty on those two counts.
If you had been,
because the prosecution not only they showed the hotel records, the bank records, the flight information. For that, I think that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
If for some reason you were to ever talk to Diddy, what would you tell him about how you saw this trial?
To be honest, I really wouldn't want to talk to him or anyone associated with that. I just wanted to kind of tell my side of the story, but I really wouldn't want to, associate with him or any of the people that are with him.
Can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
And it's about the video from the Intercontinental Hotel that you saw a lot.
Yeah, it was.
Was it a? Did you see it?
Sometimes they did it like frame by frame.
Hold on. What did he say?
Enough, too much.
Hold on.
Would it have made a difference to you?
I missed it.
That person.
Myself.
Yeah. Well, when that person.
I think someone had mentioned that it was. I think he lied about where he was from or something like that. But really, we were kind of kept in like isolation from the whole day. Not really told much. Told to not follow any news or turn off everything. Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk among yourselves about the case, which we followed. We really followed the judge's instructions.
Boy, stop lying.
At least I did too.
So when that person,
myself,
when that person was no longer in the chair after seeing them there for 7 weeks on end, or how many weeks it was in at that point, did you think it was odd? Did you have concerns?
No. I mean, that's why they have they call 18 people, because they knew it was a long case, and there's probably going to be someone's going to get sick or someone's going to drop out. So that's why.
You ought to be ashamed.
Would you have wanted to hear Diddy testify? Would it have made a difference to you?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so.
It wouldn't have made a difference because he didn't...
Because they had already been paid. I mean, yeah. Y'all, please, I put a poll up. Vote on the poll. This dude... He said it wouldn't have made a difference. Why would it not have made a difference? He would have been cross-examined, and some of you guys' possible doubt could have been either clarified or dismissed. I mean, what do you mean it would not have made a difference? So KK and D-Rock, it wouldn't have made a difference. And if the person who was committing these things, these actions, could have been asked, questioned, you're saying you still would not. Yeah. There is just no way. He said it wouldn't have made a difference whether Diddy, KK, or D-Rock. So again, I'm saying everything that we were thinking were the reason. This man is saying, agreed that Diddy was guilty of... Because they had already made up in their mind. And I'm going to be honest, since old girl was trying to say he has a dialect, and I don't know what she was trying to say. I mean, I guess I could say he probably would have been one of the ones that needed some clarity. I mean, since she's trying to make him slow, I mean, what? how can you not say that those three people would not have made a difference? But I gotta accept what he's saying. I don't know how he can explain that. But so the defendants nor conspirators would have made exactly. So everybody's saying, oh, they needed, in order to prove an enterprise, they would have needed to have a KK. And this alternate juror is saying, nope, it wouldn't have made a difference. We still would have came up to the same conclusion, even if the prosecution would have tripped him up. You're saying it wouldn't have mattered. Even if he would have admitted it, we still would have said not guilty? Even if he'd have said, yeah, I did it. Who gonna stop me, boo? Y'all still would have said not guilty. Wow.
Concerns?
No. I mean, that's why they have, they call 18 people. Because they knew it was a long case, and there's probably going to be someone's going to get sick or someone's going to drop out. So that's why. So,
would you have wanted to hear Diddy testify? Would it have made a difference to you?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
It wouldn't have made a difference because he didn't. It would have added to your understanding, or because you'd heard enough.
I think we heard enough. I don't know if it would have. Helped or hindered. I haven't really thought about that as much.
Yeah.
But I think it was really helpful, again, in the end, at least for what we were looking forward to, what I was looking forward to the most, was just the 61-page judge instructions of how we're supposed to be charged the law.
They did find him guilty of those transportation to engage in prostitution charges. The prosecution was being very sarcastic and laughing at the idea that these men were just being paid for their time. How did you see that statement?
Sylvia, yep.
You mean the defense?
Mm-hmm. Well, the prosecution said that, well, yes, you're right. The defense said that they were being paid for their time. The prosecution was mocking that. Who did you believe?
No, I think the evidence to show that there was the transportation of prostitution, I think was overwhelming, and that's why the jury found him guilty on those two.
George, so it was it not clear what happened at the hotel? I mean, you've already said that y'all believe Cassie, and I believe that the evidence proved through the video at the Intercontinental that he paid $100,000 for. I believe that the evidence proved itself in that video as well, but y'all still said not guilty. Sir, are you able to explain to us why? I mean, since we're going clearly off of the evidence, not hearsay, not testimony, just the video. Just the video.
Two counts.
If you had been,
because the prosecution, not only they showed the hotel records, the bank records, the flight information. For that, I think that
they showed you receipts. Was the hotel video not a receipt? The receipt where he paid and Diddy signed under the business name where he was paying off a bribe, where they forced them to retrieve the tape. Was that not forced? Was the business that he signed, the Bad Boy Combs Entertainment, where he signed for an illegal activity of paying $50,000 at the request to break the law and the guidelines, where you were so excited you gave him a nickname and then you also tipped him. and you had them sign that they will not talk about it. And with that, it had your enterprise name on it. You had a co-conspirator, KK, as well as your bodyguard, D-Rock, with him when he went and took your ID and got a copy of it. But the receipt had a business enterprise name on it. I mean, since we own receipts, George from the jungle. So if the receipts was proof as to why you found him guilty of those charges, the videos situation on camera and a sign with his signature and face to face, why was that receipt not factored in? How is AunTeaFee wrong? What part am I wrong on, business, K? What part am I wrong on? Tell me. Humor me, business, K. Where am I wrong? Let's hear this, y'all. Where am I wrong? Let's listen. That's all I want you to answer. Don't answer nothing else. Special K. Let's go. Hurry up. Chop, chop. I don't have much time with you. Tell me where I'm wrong. Hello? Come on. Don't get quiet now. Don't get quiet now. Talk up or shut up. Tell me where I'm wrong so I can eat that ass up. Come on. I'm gonna make you work for whatever money he paid you, boo. Come on. And if you can't answer me, okay, bye. Forever. Get your ass up out of here. Come on. They hate the truth, don't they? They pop out with their foolishness every time we get to the truth. When you start breaking it down elementary style. Elementary. Hell, and y'all have problems with elementary truth and facts where it's easy for you to comprehend. Based off, and I'm following his direction. Based off what he said since he was a juror. You don't come in here saying nothing when I call you to the rug and you get quiet. Don't come in here sneaking, throwing something in the comments like I'm not gonna catch it. You crazy? Yeah. Yeah, since you don't have nothing to say, let me go ahead and make sure I remove you permanently, Special K. Y'all hate the truth. He said it was clear about the prostitution. It was clear that he believed they believed Cassie. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Yeah. So that basic elementary 1 + 1 is 2. If they had the receipts and all the evidence for the prostitution stuff, then you had the receipts and everything from when he made him sign for that $100,000 he left for the video because he knew he was in trouble. He knew that he had went too far. He knew that he was guilty. And he needed, by any means necessary. And he signed it. Hell you mean?
Was overwhelming, and that's why the jury found him guilty on those two counts.
If you had been,
Because the prosecution, not only they showed the hotel records, the bank records, the flight information. For that, I think that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
if for some reason you were to ever talk to Diddy, what would you tell him about how you saw this trial?
To be honest, I really wouldn't want to talk to him or anyone associated with that. I just wanted to kind of tell my side of the story, but I really wouldn't want to,
because he's disgusting
with him or any of the people that are with him.
Can I ask you one more question?
You.
It's about the video from the Intercontinental Hotel that you saw a lot.
Yeah, it was.
Was it a? Did you see it?
Sometimes they did it like frame by frame by frame.
What did you think of that? Did you see it enough? Too much? Too little? What?
I mean, it was a very bad video. I think they showed it enough. I mean, they tried to.
Very bad. They showed it and showed it and showed it, but he wasn't in deliberation.
Show it both sides and.
Did it make a difference to you in the actual charges that you would have had to deliberate over? Because he wasn't charged with.
He wasn't charged with domestic violence. No.
Did that surprise you?
No, because I don't think domestic violence is a federal crime.
So they are overlooking the fact that he was dragging her back to complete a job with a male hooker. And that is where the state failed. They failed. They did not move it past that. They did not remind the jury when they was supposed to remind the jury that there was a hooker. The pimp was dragging her back to screw the hooker. Because once he kicked and did what he did and was dragging her back, at that point is where her no was a no, and he was forcing her to go back to have intercourse or what a freak off after she said no. And as much as they played that video was how many times the state was supposed to take it past the dragging, the kicking, and all of that and bring it back to where it started from. And it started from the freak off in the room, and he was trying to drag her back to the hooker. Every time they played it, that should have been repeated. Yes, it may look like it's just a DV, but at the point that he was dragging her back to Jules, the paid hooker, it becomes kidnapping, trafficking, and all those other things. It becomes racketeering. And when he paid the security guard who refused to give him the video unless he got a subpoena or contact the police, and they kept going around that, insisting, blowing my phone up, calling me on my private number and all of that, they were just... He threatened my job. He tried to blackmail me by saying that he could end my career. Yeah. They dropped the ball right there.
Did it cloud the way you saw the rest of the charges by seeing that video?
No, I think we looked at just what we were supposed.
Enough, too much, too little, what?
I mean, it was a very bad video. I think they showed it. I think they showed it enough. I mean, they tried to show it both sides, and
did it make a difference to you in the actual charges that you would have had to deliberate over? Because he wasn't charged with.
He wasn't charged with domestic violence. No.
Did that surprise you?
No, because I don't think domestic violence is a federal crime. So.
Did it cloud the way you saw the rest of the charges by seeing that video?
No, I think we looked at just what we were supposed to be, what the judge had said we were supposed to look at, and then based off of the evidence that was presented to us, they ruled in that way.
Do you think he should go to prison?
That's for the judge to decide. I mean, he was found guilty on both counts, so you know we're the.
He don't want to answer that, do it. He don't want to have an opinion about that, huh? Hey, Big Pressure, you late to the party. He don't want to answer that, do he? But one thing is clear. He said, "Oh no, I don't want to interact with nobody, with him, nobody like him, anybody who does the things that he do. I don't want to be. Oh no, Now that he know his character and his integrity is not. He matter of fact, no, I don't want to have nothing to say to him. I wouldn't want to. No. Oh no, don't come nowhere near me, devil. You a lie, and no, your friends, your girlfriends, your hookers, none of that." He clear on that. Now he don't even want to make eye contact now, do it? When you start asking him, do he need to go to jail? He like, nah, nah, but you know.
The sentencing is not up to us. Mm-hmm. It's not up to me. It's up to the judge. Who is?
Well, sir, if we gonna be truthful, the deliberation wasn't up to you, but it sounded like y'all deliberated even ahead of time. You said that it wasn't up to you, and deliberation wasn't either, but you deliberated with your peers, with them. How you do that? And you wasn't supposed to. I mean, right? And y'all see, oh, girl threw that in there, right? She threw that in there, and then he said, well, now we know, but you did. You done already told us y'all deliberated, y'all talked, y'all agreed. What? You done already told, sir.
Did you go to prison?
That's for the judge to decide. I mean, he was found guilty on both counts, so you know we're the sentencing is not up to us. Mm-hmm. It's not up to me. It's up to the judge, who was we were all impressed with the judge and how he was. So that the jury, I can't speak for the jury because I was an alternate, mm-hmm. But I think we all.
Y'all, how many times have he spoke for the jury? I mean, am I tripping? How many times has this man spoke for the jury? Yeah, how many times has it been we? I mean, we heard I at the most 3 times, but we done heard we. And now you saying, oh, wow, you can't speak for the jury? You don't use the word unanimous, I think, twice? Okay.
Really much liked the judge on this case. We found him to be very fair, very stern. You know, he was no nonsense, but, the way he conducted himself, at least from what we saw, because again, we only saw, the beginning, and they always had, when they had sidebars, they would have the white noise, so couldn't actually hear what's being discussed, but we were always impressed with the judge.
Hundreds of pages of notes, weeks of trial. Thank you for telling us what you were thinking.
No problem. Thank you.
Joining me now is an alternate juror.
So what y'all think? I respect, and I'm gonna say his honesty. I respect his honesty. Cause his honesty told us a lot. Right? His honesty debunked a lot of people's opinion of what we thought were factors. And yeah, a lot. And a lot of what we thought were the determining factors and how they reached that decision were totally off. Totally off. One thing is for sure, they unanimously believe Cassie. They unanimously believed Cassie. They unanimously believed that her receiving the payoff for the $20,000 was not a determined factor. He said that they didn't need to hear from KK, they didn't need to hear from D-Rock, and they did not need to hear from Diddy. It wasn't the judge's instructions. He didn't say that, but now I'm factoring in. He said they was waiting on the jury instructions, but as soon as the ones who made it back to the deliberation room, once they got them instructions, while reviewing them, we had one who said, "Oh, no, I'm not going to be able to follow it." So they said that they was holding their opinion to see how they're supposed to move, what the definitions were, and they was going to hold it to that. And within an hour, it was like, whoa, this is different than what we thought. Oh boy, said, "I'm not going to be able to follow his orders." So, so they were not following the judge's instructions. So we can say that's for a fact. Because what are you saying? Big Pressure, you just came in, so you wasn't hearing. Not one juror seen Rico or trafficking. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You lying. There's no way that you can believe everything Cassie said and not see Rico or trafficking. So that's a lie. He said they unanimously believed Cassie. Cassie said she was trafficked. Cassie said she was trafficked. He said they unanimously believed Cassie. Don't come in here lying, Pressure. I paused that and we discussed that. He said unanimously. He said even the defense believed Cassie. So you are a lie. I done played the evidence. You will not come in the end and ask me to do nothing. You go back, you rewind it, and you watch it yourself. That's what you do. Talking about show you the evidence. We just heard it. Where have you been? We've been here for 3 hours. How fucking dare you? You better go on before I cuss you out. You know, shit. You hit my cash out. I'll show you the evidence. Pressure, I'm not gonna let you do that. We done been here 3 hours, boo-boo. Okay, you could be undecided about it all if you want to. He just told us, and he was there and you were not. He said it out of his own mouth. Even this lady was like, well, okay. Okay, and so, yeah. She was shocked. They deliberated before deliberation. I was like, I'm not gonna play that game with y'all tonight, boo-boo. We heard it out of the juror's mouth. So miss me with your opinion, my opinion, everybody's opinion. Everything this man said, I did not agree upon. And we done broke it down and walked it down. And how dare y'all come in here at the end? My likes didn't go up. My gift box didn't go up. My super chat, super sticker did not go up. And who not finna entertain y'all? It's me. You gonna pay to talk or you gonna walk. Okay? Let's be clear. No, I ain't arguing with nobody, boo-boo. Nope, not today. That's why his ass still in jail. Because the judge realized that they played in his face. Because they did not follow his instructions. And based on hell, he told him not to even to discuss it. And he done told that they discussed it before deliberation. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay, good people. I am over 3 hours. What else was I supposed to talk about? Missing witness. Okay. I showed y'all early this morning. I ain't gonna spend too much time on that. And let's go briefly. Hey girl. You not gonna play with them today, AunTeaFee? No, I'm sure I'm not. Yeah, we done been here. Okay. Cause it's my platform, Regina. Regina, where you at, girl? Do you know where you at? Oh, girl, I thought you was asking a question to me why I said what I said. What? Support the platform and you can ask what you want. Just put it on the super chat. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you know, because I don't, let me say this. Typically when I remove people, they come back with these troll pages to try to get their point across. So I thought that you was trying to question me and be sarcastic. So you can, what you want to support, I will accept whatever you would like. So yes, you can send a cash app. I would not put a minimum on it. But however you choose to bless the cash app, I would greatly appreciate it. How does that sound, Miss Regina? I appreciate the support. You know. But I done been here 3 hours. I was up all night when I took a nap, and we sipped tea all night last night, and I am tired. But let me go to the missing jewelry. So I'm assuming. Now I'm honest. I can tell you what I'm assuming, but based off of what old girl said, the ex-chef who's in fear for her life, she sent a long letter, the ex-chef, to the judge. When I say a long letter, she broke it down. She broke it down. And she is another reason why the judge, that's fine, Auntie. Oh, okay, let me redo it for you. a long letter to the judge. She was apologizing for not coming in. She was subpoenaed. She got a demand letter by the feds. Pressure, you know what? Pressure. Okay. I'm not gonna do this with you. I'm just not. You came in here just to ruffle my feathers. And baby, when I tell you I can't wait for Rod's case, I told y'all, believe me if you want to, I kept saying, where was Florida? Florida was never mentioned. A lot of the celebrities that everybody was looking for in this federal case is coming in the next one. And I know people gonna say the feds ain't gonna waste their money, baby. That's a lie, cause they intentionally, it was too many people that were subpoenaed. And I'm like, well, they were subpoenaed. Where were they? Why? Huh? That just didn't make sense. Yeah, that's because they coming up on my flashlight won't even come on. They coming up on the next go round. They needed, I guess they needed to see what route that defense was gonna come, and they was saving the best for last. And then just about majority of the people that was missing in the first go round that was subpoenaed. Don't disturb the groove, be precious. Thank you. That's where he came from. He just popped out. Once I put out Barbara and whoever else I put out, here come pressure. But anyway, that's that tag team stuff, y'all. Anyway, they popped out soon as the bail was denied, and Lil Rod, Big Rod came out talking. The girl who had been hiding, who disobeyed federal subpoena, she sent the letter to the judge, apologized, told him why, and all of that. She is a witness. She was supposed to come. She's seen it all. She has evidence and all of this, that, and the other. She popped out. And guess what? She's showing her face. She is admitting that I was supposed to be there. Here is my demand letter. But one of the three people that she confided in somehow or another got word to Puffy, and he sent his goons to her, and she did not come. And she pleaded to the judge not to let him out. Let's go.
The actual minor victims to Sean Combs' physical assault while I was employed by him. As someone who was a witness to the abuse towards Cassandra Ventura Vine during my time of working for Sean Combs, I would just like to say that this is a grave miscarriage of justice, and I would like to also address that last year on March 20th, I was contacted by the federal government. They showed up at my door with badges. I refused to speak to them because I was, as one of the actual...
Because you was...
I was terrified. So I was served with a grand jury subpoena that day before they left my home in Atlanta, Georgia. I confided in 3 different people about that visit from the feds. Terrified is actually an understatement.
Thank you, Regina.
11th of 2024, I was being contacted by Sean Combs' initial lawyer, Aaron Dyer. I have a voicemail that he left and text messages stating that Mr. Combs was aware of the visit from the government and that they would like to extend to cover my legal fees. I was terrified. So I was served with a grand jury subpoena that day before they left. These are facts. This, in my opinion, was witness tampering. I was supposed to testify this year on May 20th. I was in New York.
Okay, Regina, thank you. You want to put your question in the comments, or you want to send it to me on the DM? However you want to ask me, whatever you ask me, you can. Let's go ahead. Thank you, though. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I did submit my own letter to...
Hold on to me.
It was announced. It was on CNN that I was supposed to be testifying, and I was pulled because I flipped out on the government. These are also facts. I want to be very clear. As a victim, as a former employee of Sean Combs, I do not feel safe. I am extremely traumatized. I do not know where to go from here. These are facts. This, in my opinion, was witness the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura fine in 2009. I know that she was dragged from the vehicle. Okay? I know.
I believe he will go to prison, Regina. Now, how long will he get? I believe that the judge realizes that there has been some tampering. His instructions were clear. Okay, my battery low. His instructions were clear, and it is clear that some jurors intentionally disobeyed his instructions. So at this point, I believe that with these outpours of letters of recommendation, character letters, threatening letters, fearful letters, the miscarriage of justice letters, I believe that he is probably going to go to prison maybe a little longer than maybe what was intended. I am hoping that if he don't get 20, he at least get 10. That's my opinion. But I do know this, Miss Regina. I will say this, and that wasn't a DV. That wasn't the trial for DV. It again, cocktails with Sean. Once he stopped kicking and hitting and throwing of vases, and when he attempted to drag her back to the hooker that he paid for a sexual service, it passed DV. When he started dragging her back to the male hooker, it became trafficking. Cocktails with Sean. Do I need to repeat that for the slow people in the back? At the point he was trying to force her back to continue the freak off that she left because she said no, and the pimp was dragging her back to continue a service. At that point, it was no longer DV. He was a pimp dragging his hoe back to work. How was that? Did you catch that? Miss Slow Cocktails was stupid. Did you catch that? The dragging her back to continue a service with a hooker is not DV. Y'all need to stop that. That's pimp work. Now, thank you very much. I will remove that. No, we just heard from the juror, Slow Sean. The juror said he believed Cassie. Where have you been? He just told us they threw the case. Where were you when the juror spoke, dumbass? Come on. Yeah, where were you? He just told all off on himself. Now what? He believed Cassie. He believed Cassie. The juror believed Cassie. Now you sound dumb as hell. Because the juror said, hands down, unanimously, they believed everything that she said. And she said she was trafficked. Okay, well, I'd rather you say the fix is in than to keep telling me that that it wasn't no trafficking when she said she was trafficking. They said they believed her. What the hell? What are we talking about? He said, the juror said unanimously. Now, why are we still playing with ourselves? The juror said that. The juror also said the money that she was paid was not a factor. Also, whether KKD Rock or P. Diddy, Pimp Diddy, it wouldn't have changed. It was already fixed. So I will accept that pressure before I accept anything. So I agree. It was fixed. Because how dare you say prostitution? Well, he was dragging her back to the prostitute. He was forcing her to go back to a prostitute. Ain't that what traffickers do? Stop playing slow. I mean, okay, so y'all stop now. I was up all night. We done beat this with a baseball bat. Now, I said I did not agree with the juror guy, but I have to accept what he said. And again, I said that what all of us thought were key factors in them making their decisions, hell, we was all wrong. Do I need to say it again? What we all thought were key factors, the juror said that was not the case. But one thing he did say was unanimous. There was two things that they unanimous about. They did not believe Dunn. They was unanimous. They did not believe Dunn. And they was unanimous on believing everything Cassie said. So if they believe Cassie, then that means that they believe that she was trafficked. Now, they may not want it to. Why? What instructions? Because the instructions said that if you believe this, that, and the other, then it is racketeering, and they got instructions someplace else that is in the. Precious, stop trying to get your point. Stop. Hi, Lisa. Stop, Pressure. Can I get back to the girl? Can I? Because I'm not finna sit here and hold this. I'm out of juice, and I'm not finna hold this for you, Pressure. I'm just not finna do it. I'm just not finna do it. I'm just not. But so let's get back to the girl who I'm assuming now was witness number 3, and it wasn't Gina. It was this girl. But thank you, JJ. Thank you for the floating hearts. I need to float, baby, because let's listen. Can y'all still hear her over here? No, I need to bring it over here because I want y'all to see this paperwork.
Know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag.
Hi, Jamal.
Okay.
Because I was talking, but hi.
Justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have anything more
I said
to
hi.
say, and I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly to submit my own letter to the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura.
That's not the facts, Pressure. Pressure, you lying. That's not the facts. That's not the facts. That's your opinion. The facts is the juror said he believed Cassie. That's the facts. It came out of his mouth. You wasn't here, but it came out of his mouth. And if he believed Cassie, he believed she was trafficked. Period. But we don't have to debate that anymore. So don't come in here lying. We heard it out of his mouth. I think he blew a lot of us, you know. So don't do that. Don't come in here lying. Don't do that.
Know that she was dragged from the vehicle, okay? I know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have anything more to say, and I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly to submit my own letter to the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura fine in 2009. I know that she was dragged from the vehicle, okay? I know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really.
Jamal, what are you talking? Jamal, I'm not going to do this with you. What does that have to do with anything? Whether they had immunity or not, they still have to tell the truth with their immunity, or they can be charged. So just because someone has immunity don't mean that they can get up there and lie. They have to tell the truth. So what's your point? Okay, so Jamal, I'm not going to do this with you, baby. You said I got on you last week. Guess what? I'm going to get on you again. I'm not going to do this. Hit my Cash App, Super Chat, Super Sticker. You're going in time out to get your, make up your mind how you're going to support the platform with your comments. We've been on here 3 hours and y'all are not about to come in here and disturb what we got on with your foolishness. You're going to pay, you're going to support the platform, or you going to be in timeout. Okay? I need to hear him.
And you go back to your normal life. The Cassie lawsuit comes out. You know, this was maybe 6 months later.
He's talking about his subpoena.
Like yeah. When you heard about the lawsuit, what did you think?
It kind of blew my mind, and then
You said hung jury. I said guilty.
Allegations came out, and there was like 3 friends I told about the situation, and they called me instant. They're like, "Man, Rico, remember you telling me about that all situation and like sending me the links?" And I'm like, "Man, this is crazy, you know." But I never thought it would come to me, and I started getting calls from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, started calling me, saying they wanted to talk to me. And I had a friend that was an attorney, so I called him, and he was like, "Well, you don't have to talk to them. They don't have a subpoena, this and this." So then, like 2 days later, they called me. They was like, "We have a subpoena, and so you got to talk to us." So I just avoided them. Like, they was calling me, trying to meet up with me, and they knew I lived on Sunset. They was like, "We're here on Sunset. We just want you to talk to you for a second." So I avoided them for like 5 months, and then I was promoting an event I was working for, and I posted on social media. And so I go outside. They're like, "Rico, someone's outside, and I think it's just one of my guests trying to get into the event." And when I go out there, like, the guy pulls up a phone and start recording me. Like, he hands me a letter, and as he's handing it to me, I grab it, and it's like a long line of people outside, and the producer for the show, and I grab it, and he pulls out his phone, and he was like, "You're set to be here in the pier." And he pulled up his shirt and showed his badge, and was like being like loud about it, and like I knew exactly what it was once he started doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So Rico, I mean, we've been covering him. Now he's going off into details of how the feds came after him. So he is another one that has been subpoenaed. Yeah, Regina, I believe another one is coming. I did believe it, but I am really believing it now, listening to the details in which, because he must have just uploaded this one. Wasn't here last night when we watched Rico. So now the male hookers are coming together, it appears, in solidarity to bring down not just Diddy, Cassie too, but Cassie got a plea deal, so all she has to do is tell the truth. But what it looks like, Regina, to answer your question again, because again, late and early this morning when we was on a fine Rico, this wasn't out. Oh Lord, they really came to and see his homeboy. I'm thinking that Jules is who is in business with the male hookers with Cassie and Diddy, with the Cowboys and Indians, the Cowboys and Angels. Oh wow. So he avoided them for 5 months on purpose.
Someone's outside, and I think it's just one of my guests trying to get into the event. And when I go out there, like, the guy pulls up a phone and start recording me. Like, he hands me a letter, and as he's handing it to me, I grab it, and it's like a long line of people outside, and the producer for the show, and I grab it, and he pulls out his phone, and he was like, "You're set to be here in the pier." And he pulled up his shirt and showed his badge, and was like being like loud about it, and like I knew exactly what it was once he started doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so now you have an actual subpoena.
Yeah.
For the grand jury.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did the Diddy house raids already happen or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you now know that things are getting more and more serious.
It's real.
So the Diddy house raids happen. The Cassie lawsuit has been settled, but everyone got to read through all the craziness in it. And did the Cassie video come out yet or no?
It was like just beginning. Like, that stuff was just beginning to come out.
Okay. When you saw the Cassie video, like the hallway, Intercontinental video, what'd you think?
I felt like that was bad. Like, I felt bad for her, and like felt bad for being around someone that ruthless that would do that to a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I mean, before the video came out, he had a whole Instagram post like, all these lies spread about me. I will protect my name and my family. They're all false, whatever. Then that video comes out, and then he did the, he's like, yo, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
I was in a dark place.
Should have said that at first, right?
I know, right? So the video comes out, the lawsuit, has been settled, the house raids have happened. I mean, when you heard about the house raids, when they raided both his LA and Miami home, did you think at this point, okay, things are really getting serious?
Yeah, I did. But at the same time, in my head, I was like, I didn't let him record any of me, so I wasn't really worried. So I didn't think I had anything to worry about,
Right. But now you have an actual subpoena to go to a grand jury. Where was that? In what state?
New York.
In New York?
Yep.
Okay, so what was the grand jury like?
I actually did it on Zoom, so it was like me and like 8 people. It was me, my lawyer, I guess, like the DA and like 7 jurors. And they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, and was asking questions.
Like 7 jurors? Wait, what? They had a Zoom with 7 jurors. Is that what he said?
Just questioned me about my lawyer, I guess, like the DA and like 7 jurors. And they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, and was asking questions like, did I feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced, or was there any drugs around, like kind of stuff that could lead to something,
Right. And, I mean, based on what you said, you weren't forced.
Yep.
Did she seem like she was forced at all?
She was chill and enjoying it. I didn't feel like nobody was forced in the situation.
Right. And there really were no drugs. It was just like
It was just weed, alcohol, yeah.
Exactly. And then just the various, corner store pills and honey and whatever else, right?
7
Maybe.
jurors.
Exactly.
When did this happen?
Were you worried that you might
Rico.
get charged with prostitution at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they say about that?
They just told me as long as I just tell them what really happened, I wouldn't have nothing to worry about.
I mean, during this grand jury process,
When was this?
any of the other, escorts that were part of this agency, were they part of it as well? Did, like, some of your people were also part of this grand jury?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys were like talking with each other, like, yo, I'm about to go, and you go, and so forth. So how many
Wait a minute.
people that were part of their...
Wait a minute. This is deep, y'all.
They just told me as long as
Hold up.
tell them what really
Hold
happened,
up.
I have nothing.
Maybe exactly. Were you worried that you might get charged with prostitution at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do they say about that?
Okay, so y'all remember this morning, you remember when, for the ones that was here, and I said, or maybe this was earlier, I said it appears like all of the male hookers who went in strippers and came out hookers are saying the same thing, because one thing is, let's be clear, none of them can say she felt it appeared like she could have been wasn't into it, because then that would have meant that it could be ape. So I don't expect for none of them to say that she felt it looked like she wasn't into it or she was being forced. They all gonna say no. I mean, you know, come on. That okay. But other than that, I said it sounds like they are all saying the same thing, even when they are contradicting themselves, especially one of the guys that just popped up yesterday that I had never seen before. But before, of course, that would be absolutely. So, of course, every last one of these hookers are going to us. Again, I will say this. Puff was clever in how he kind of switched the narrative of this pimp game, because normally it's females who are the hookers and the males are on the receiving end, and that was different. And then typically they get paid Well, no, it is absolutely reversed because the organization, they were paid. They were paid. The hookers were paid, but typically it is the female being pimped out instead of the men. And typically, man, he played this dang near perfectly. Because, of course, the men got the pleasure and they got paid. This is why I kept saying why the men keep talking about, oh, girl was a gold digger. No, Puff made sure the men got paid and got they icing, exploded they icing, and she was on the receiving end of all the pain and the abuse. So these were, how can I say it? These were pampered, they were pampered hookers. Pampered hookers, and the females were receiving all the abuse. Now, what would be his mental? It's almost like he really despises females. Dang. It's still pimping. It's just a clever way he disguised it. There was still paid for service that came out of his account. He gave her the money to pay them. And we know this not just because of what Cassie said. We know this because of his assistants that got on the stand that said he kept about $9 grand to pay the hookers, to pay the escorts. So we not gonna say you just making that up. How you know she wasn't paying for it? No, because the assistants said, or he would contact KK and say, I need $5 grand or however many grand, but typically he would go with about $9K. Well, Susan, you're gonna have to go back and rewind. Put a question on a super chat or a super sticker, okay? Let's keep listening, but this is deep.
And they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on.
And how do you have 7 jurors? How? And when was this, Rico? When did you have to appear in all of them? See, you heard him when he said they all had already collaborated. They all had already collaborated and got their story together. So that's what I was trying to say when I went into a deep thought. I mean 7 lawyers. He said, okay, let's hear this.
And was asking questions like, did I feel forced to give me? So I wasn't really worried. So I didn't think I had anything to worry about, you know?
Right. But now you have an actual subpoena to go to a grand jury. Where was that? In what state?
New York.
In New York.
Yep.
Okay, so what was the grand jury like?
I actually did it on Zoom, so it was like me and like 8 people. It was me, my lawyer, I guess, like the DA and like 7 jurors, and they just questioned me about what happened and everything that went on. Kind of told them the same thing, you know, and was asking questions like, did I feel forced, or did it feel like she was forced, or was there any drugs around, like kind of stuff that could lead to something, you know?
Right. And I mean, based on what you said, you weren't forced.
Yep.
Did she seem like she was forced at all?
She was chill and enjoying it. I didn't feel like nobody was forced in the situation.
Right. And there really were no drugs. It was just like
it was just weed, alcohol, yeah.
Exactly. And then just the various, you know, corner store pills and honey and whatever else, right? And baby oil. Exactly. Were you worried that you might get charged with prostitution at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they say about that?
They just told me as long as I just tell them what really happened, I wouldn't have nothing to worry about.
I mean, during this grand jury process, were any of the other, you know, escorts that were part of this agency, were they part of it as well? Like some of your people were also part of this grand jury?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys were like talking with each other, like, yo, I'm about to go, and you go, and so forth. So how many people did you know that were part of this grand jury?
2.
So 3 of you total.
Yeah.
And how did everyone feel when you guys were talking to each other?
Kind of just like nervous that there would be consequences for us and wondering what the turnout was going to be, and like we didn't know at the time that it was going to be released, so like none of us was really saying anything about it.
Were they saying?
What you mean released? Hold on.
Like be released, so like none of us was that there would be consequences.
Was he in custody?
The turnout was going to be, and like we didn't know at the time that it was going to be released, so like none of us was really saying anything about it.
Were they saying they're going to actually put you on the stand?
They said it's a possibility.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
How'd you feel about that?
I didn't want to do it, but if I had to, you have to, you know.
Did any of the other escorts that you do, the other 2 guys, did they ever take the stand?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one?
Punisher.
Oh, you do Punisher?
Yeah.
Aha, okay. How do you feel about his whole penis implant thing, by the way?
I never really thought about it. I feel like he solved his erectile dysfunction problem, you know.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
There you have it.
Wow. Okay. So, so in other words, now I'm gonna have to make an assumption. So is this the last one? Let me see if there's any other ones I missed. Yeah, because that wasn't up last night. So does that mean that he...
Okay, so you have these 2 sessions.
He is a cooperating... Okay, so hold on, Rico.
Cassie lawsuit comes out. You know, this was like maybe like 6 months later, 9 months.
So that means that Rico... Lord, come on, thing. So that means that he is...
Maybe like 6 months later, 9 months later.
So does this mean he is a... what you laughing for, Regina? I gotta break it down in my head, baby. Listen. So that means that he is a cooperating witness. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. So this information that's coming out, listen, I know another one is coming. Because one, Vlad, these people that we didn't even know had interview with Vlad, they pop out after the verdict, right? After the him beating, you know, whatever, and he is no bail. Lil Rod, the male hookers started popping up. They interviews with Vlad, right? We know once we see Academic and Vlad, that them feds have given they asses the okay to release the videos, to get the word out that we are on it. This is not no assumption. This is the standard operating procedure. Okay? I knew he had been subpoenaed, but he never showed up. Now, the grand jury part, on Zoom, going to his mail review in Vegas because he was dodging them and all that shit. He never said nothing about none of that. None of that. So these videos, Lil Rod, the girl who that was that grand jury, I'm gonna go back and show y'all hers, where she got a grand jury, the same thing. She avoided it because the attorney contacted her. That the three people that she trusted turned their back, told Puff she was scared. Now she don't know what to do. She don't feel protected because she didn't appear before the grand jury on her subpoena. So they can arrest her and charge her. She popped out. Now they popping out. And so right now he is a cooperating witness, and anytime they call him and for him to go before the judge, he has to, in order for them not to charge him with being a hooker. Yes, I believe more federal charges are coming soon. Okay? I thought I was finna go. Shout out to, thank you. I think I can continue to hold this phone a little bit longer because this tea right here is good. Oh my God. The tea is hot. The tea is hot. And for y'all who missed it, I think this is the video. Go back. Y'all need to watch this video right here. He on there. Can y'all see it? He on there. Lil Rod met with the feds. The plot twist. Yeah. And see, when I did that one, that video was not out. Let me go back to the girl. Let me hear the tagging and doing freak out for Cassie. Well, let me hear this one, because I had never listened to this guy, and I didn't like his...
Competitive. And if it was a number, it would...
I didn't like his energy, because I felt like I caught him in the lie too early.
Okay.
But now that I'm getting the feel of what's going on. Hold on, y'all. Let me explain to you what's going on. Don Dillon. This was my first time seeing him last night. I didn't know where he came from. I knew what he did, but I caught him in a lie too early. And so I was like, have you ever heard of double jeopardy? Yes, I have. Okay. So don't ask me no more questions unless you put it on a super chat or a super sticker. But yes, I have heard of a double jeopardy. Yes, I have. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, I answered that. The next one, you put it on a super chat or a super sticker. And if you refuse to do that and try to put a question in there anyway without doing it, without supporting the platform, I'm going to ban you for the remaining of the day. Okay? Okay, Trozy Turner, are we clear? Are we clear of the rules? Do not try me. Do not come over here with that Diddy spirit and try to force me. Okay? I'm telling you now. If you want to ask me something, make a statement about what you just asked. However you decide to do it, put it on a super chat or a super sticker, send a cash app. And if you try to do it anyway, I'm going to ban you. Okay? Let's go. So, listen. So, this guy, I caught him lying early. Now, I know your eyes is pretty. I get it. Very cute eyes. But I caught you lying. And I hadn't got a taste of who you was, and you failed the integrity because you was trying to say Diddy did not wasn't giving directions of forcing her or what have you when you kicked it. And then you turned right back around and said she was trying to do something and she was trying to come at you, and he stopped her and told her no, and then he directed. So how can you say she was doing what she wanted to do when she was trying to do what she wanted to do, but he stopped her? So she wasn't free to do what she wanted to do. So when I caught him in that quick lie right there, I couldn't listen to nothing he said, because you covering for the man. Well, she was trying to come toward me and she was doing this, and he said no. He stopped her, and then he directed what he wanted her to do. So he was forcing her to do it his way. That's force. So, but because the plot has twisted, which I said this early this morning, let me hear what you're saying right here, since I just heard what Rico said. So I'm going to listen to you, and then I'm going to get back over to the ex-chef. Let's go.
And they booked you 2 more times.
Yeah, they booked me 3 more times. One of those times, I came over and I got off the elevator, and he pretty much met me at the door and was like, hey, she's not feeling good right now, so we're going to scratch this and do it like a different night. I'm like, all right, cool. So.
Okay. Now, as you're getting to the second and third session.
She probably had been beat.
It was pretty much the same routine, but certain things were different, because at one point, you guys would be having sex, you and Cassie, and then Diddy would like tag in.
Yeah, like he would be engaging, and he would be like, all right, King, like I'm about to tap in right now, and then he would say, go over there.
Hold up. Oh my God, not again. Y'all, are we finna hear this again? Are we finna hear this type of foolishness again? I don't know if I could take this. I mean, when I called him Dirty Diddy, he Dirty Diddy for real. So he like that choo-choo train type shit. Oh, wow.
King, like I'm about to tap in right now, and then he would say, go over there. So I would go over there, and then he'd come over, and then they would engage in their own passionate intercourse, which wouldn't last too long, and then he'd be like, all right, I'm good.
What wouldn't last too long? Wait. Oh my God. So we already know that they request the men who are welled and endowed. And we also know he packs the mini Tootsie Roll Pops. Tootsie Rolls. Why are they making me do this? So you mean to tell me Your little Tootsie Roll ass been over there going ham. Going ham over there with your electric slide, glide, slippery slide, astro glass shit. Trying to make it longer and stronger. Trying to get it, you know, to wake up and smell the tea. And he done been working for hours. I mean, you know, so I'm sure a whole damn baby can slide up out that right about then. Okay? Cause all of them had to be really, you know. And you mean to tell me you done stopped this mandingo, damn warrior, right in the midst of a stroke and said, hold up, playboy, I'm about to let one off. Oh, I got a good one. I don't want to waste. Go over there and let me run in behind you. Let me get this choo-choo train. Be in there for a minute or two. Give me a minute, maybe two. This shouldn't take long. Sir, please don't tell me you followed Diddy and went back up in there. Because I know she didn't feel shit. She was still trying to unlock her toes. What swells? What swells? No, ma'am, it swells. It wasn't big as these mandingo damn warriors. Hell, if it swells it to that, what? It go from a Tootsie Roll to what? It don't go to no horse. Oh, I said that. I said, hell, at that point of him coming out of it, he been in the hell damn near a baby can slide up out that motherfucker. You didn't hear me? And he has the nerve to come with a Tootsie Roll as if that's what I was about to say. Hell, if he done been in it for hours, it ain't swole. It done expanded. It done opened now. The lips may come on up now. But in there, she ain't gonna feel none of that Tootsie Roll going in there. Again, you don't have nothing to say about the men. It's always the women pressure. Always the women. You don't have nothing to say about the men. And let me say this. If Doodoo, Lil Dig, Pimp Diddy can trick these grown ass men into breaking the law and started out being a stripper and come out being a whole hooker, if he can manipulate these big, strong, mandingo ass men, surely he can trick Cassie. So whatever coercion, and we know that he forced her, that has been proven. But if he can manipulate these grown ass men, he surely can manipulate Cassie. Okay? Okay? And if she's smart, Cassie, if you're listening, put your money in a trust under your kid's name and they can't touch shit. They already done tied up Diddy's money. Put your money in a trust in your kid's name. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
And then he'd be like, all right, I'm good. Come back over. And he'd go back over to where he was. And then in their own passionate intercourse, which wouldn't last too long.
Oh, wow.
And he'd be like, all right. He'd come over and then they would engage in their own passionate intercourse.
Oh,
and,
wow.
He would be like, all right, King, like I'm about to tap in right now. And then he would say, go over there. So I would go.
Why the men are kings? You see how that is? You see, the men are kings. These hookers are kings. But the females are itches and O's. You see how pressure just came in and called her a bitch? But the men are superior. They're kings. Man, y'all full of shit. You crazy.
In their own passionate intercourse.
Dude, that was not passionate. He was coming in behind you. He was screwing you while he was screwing her. That passion was for you. He was still smelling the sweat. He was smelling your body. That passion was from you. Okay, sir? Don't get it twisted. That was you. He wasn't smelling her. He was smelling you. He got off on you in her. Shit.
And then he'd be like, all right, I'm good. Come back over. And he'd go back over to where he was. And then I'd sit there and, yeah.
And then you'll go back in there.
He kind of switched off, but he never wanted me around him, which is why I thought that the gay accusations were a bit much, because knowing him as long as I've known him, right, I never got that vibe from him. He never even wanted me next to him when this was happening. I didn't want him next to me either, so it seemed like we were all on the same page, right? So, yeah, he did his thing.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't involved in that.
I know
but
you
yes,
weren't, but I'm just saying,
yeah, what he did, that was diabolical.
There's that one hill you have to get over, to try to dispel that myth. I'm just saying, it's a big hill. It's very steep.
It's a very big hill.
It's a very steep hill. Now, in the beginning, you and Cassie were using condoms, but that switched at one point.
Yeah, I think one time we were.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about his lips.
To be clear on that, he would always ask, do you want to do this without a condom?
Oh, so he was asking. Hold on. Because, see, last night you was acting like there was no conversation or communicating, that all of the conversation was by way of Cassie. Keep talking. I love it. Now you're saying he's engaging and asking you, do you? So he is directing. See, this is why I couldn't listen to you last night, because I caught you in lies early. But y'all was playing it as if all of these directions, he wasn't involved. He was sitting quietly over in the corner with his dick in his hand. Now you the king, Kong, dangling. I want to come in from behind you and give me a minute or two. I would have said, boy, what in the, what? What am I supposed to feel? So now you want to growl. So now you want to huff and puff like you fucking doing something? And I done been with this Mandingo warrior. Boy, if you don't get up, I mean, we know you insecure. But why would you even try this stunt? And she's supposed to feel you. She's supposed to enjoy you. Or it wasn't for you. It wasn't for her. Again, you was busting some icing off of his smell on her body. Yeah.
Conversation as if I'm not in the room. Very calm. She'd be like, oh, I don't know. He's like, these guys are tested. And she would ask me, I'm like, yeah, I'm tested. And he'd be like, do you want to do this? And she'd be like, no, not right now.
So he would ask the guys, are they tested? So the guys that say they got STDs, Diddy said that they were tested. Oh, okay.
And he would kind of just let that go. He was never forceful in like saying, you need to do this, you need to do that. So, and I think one of the times out of the 4 was one time that we did engage in intercourse without protection, but it was very quick.
Y'all nasty.
She came to me and started that process and looked to him to see if this was something that was like cool to do, and he kind of.
So why did she have to? Oh my God! See, it's he again. Do y'all see what I'm talking about? This guy right here, I can catch him quick in his lies. So she didn't feel forced. She felt like why she had to look at him to get an approval? Why would she have to look at him to get an approval if this is what she wanted to do? Oh my God. 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 Okay. Keep talking. Done the dealer. Let's go. I couldn't watch it. I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to press on. Come on.
Started that process and looked to him to see if this was something that we did engage in intercourse without protection, but it was very quick. She came to me and started that process and looked to him to see if this was something that was like cool to do, and he kind of gave a head nod, and that's what it was.
So he gave an approval.
In the words of Cameron, how's the pussy?
How do you think it was? It was great.
It was great.
It was great. I was singing "Me and You" in my head the whole time. It was good. It was good.
Okay.
What y'all think about Don the Dealer? I mean, I don't, I feel they are brewing. It's a brewing, boo, and this time around, it is like I said. It's not the females. It's gonna be the male review, the hookers. And I'm gonna tell you now, it's gonna be easy to gnaw them down, baby. Cause every last one of them was gonna say that he didn't coerce. It was all her. She was she initiated, but baby, when they keep talking, they tell off. And he told off. He told off last night, and he telling off right now. Cause she had to look at him to get approval. Please ask the hook, are you indeed? What are you talking? Okay, CC? I mean, Sylvia, what do you mean? interviewers need to ask the men, are they Diddy? Who is Diddy? Who is Diddy? Who is Diddy? Who is Diddy? I don't know who Diddy is, but oh boy, Rod said Diddy was most definitely a KK. But please ask the hook, are you X and DD? I don't know who DD is. Okay, hold on, y'all.
It was great.
It was great. I was singing "Me and You" in my head the whole time.
Just me and you.
It was good. It was good.
So he was in love with old girl as well.
After the fourth time when Cassie couldn't join in,
She couldn't.
the last time
She couldn't join in.
Me and You in my head the whole time.
What you mean she couldn't join in?
How do you think it was? It was great. This was something that was like cool to do, and he kind of gave a head nod, and that's what it was.
in the words of Cameron, how's the pussy?
How do you think it was? It was great.
It was great.
It was great. I was singing "Me and You" in my head the whole time. It was good.
He was in love with it.
Okay. So after the fourth time when Cassie couldn't join in, that was the last time that you saw Cassie and Diddy together.
Yeah, that was the last time.
Why could she not join in? Why could she not join in?
Tastier.
What you mean she couldn't join in? So if she couldn't join in, what was y'all doing?
About HIV, but there are things
They better think about HIV. What if he couldn't join in? If Cassie could not join in, what in the hell was going on? What that mean? What that mean? What does that mean? Oh, wow. Okay, hold on before I forget. Hold on. Cassie and Diddy could have, I'm sure she done, anyway.
This guy, he a visionary.
Hold on, I'm trying to get back to the, to old girl, the chef. Hold on, so I can show y'all what her paperwork look
Submit
like.
my own letter to the judge. I stand by everything that I said. I knew that he beat Cassie Ventura fine in 2009. I know that she was dragged from the vehicle, okay? I know that I saw her 2 days later at the London hotel when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have anything more to say. And I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly...
Diddy's former personal chef, who claims to have witnessed alleged Cassie abuse, wrote letter to judge asking for his bail to be denied. I fear for my safety. Hope he gets full 20 years. Swipe left to unlock.
Oh no, this ain't the one I wanted to play. Hold on.
Beyond it,
yeah,
to an alleged violation of federal law, and not to depart the grand jury in New York. To him last week, but wanted to follow up. I had been told you had abuse 9 beating of Cassie.
when me and one of his assistants brought her a bag, okay? This was a miscarriage of justice. And beyond any of this, I don't really have anything more to say, and I really don't know where to go from here. Just know that I am terrified and I am traumatized. And it's honestly...
Where do we, the victims and witnesses, go from here? Do you understand how terrifying it is to have the feds show up at your door? Do you know how terrifying it is to be served with a grand jury subpoena? Do you know how insanely terrifying it is to be contacted by the lawyers of the person at the center of the investigation, even before the feds schedule a meeting? How powerful is a person that can reach over government? Dealing with witness tampering in real time is actually insane. I stand on everything that I have always said. Sean Combs assaulted me in 2008 in his New Jersey estate. This was addressed on the stand by David.
New Jersey has just been introduced. So not only are we waiting on Florida, but now New Jersey has been introduced. Let's go.
James, his assault against me has never been...
And it's honestly...
Where do we, the victims and witnesses, go from here? Do you understand how terrifying it is to have the feds show up at your door? Do you know how terrifying it is to be served with a grand jury subpoena? Do you know how insanely terrifying it is to be contacted by the lawyers of the person at the center of the investigation, even before the feds schedule a meeting? How powerful is a person that can reach over the government? Dealing with witness tampering in real time is actually insane. I stand on everything that I have always said. Sean Combs assaulted me in 2008 in his New Jersey estate. This was addressed on the stand by David James. His assault against me has never been denied. I was told by his executives at the time that I would be blackballed if I told. I should have sued him then. I failed myself. When I found out about the 2009 beating of Cassie, my life was threatened, and I was told to keep my mouth shut. I believed that I would be unalived if I told about Cassie's abuse. I remained silent. I failed Cassie.
Hi,
the
Nancy.
video you all saw of him beating her was from 2016. He spent years beating her. Multiple executives over the years that were in the same position as KK, who helped cover up the crimes over the years, are a huge part of this problem. Multiple executives over the years that were in the same position as KK, who helped cover up the crimes over the years, are a huge part of this problem. The music and entertainment business is dirty. Abuses of women, money, power, and drugs is normalized. Nothing about what happened throughout Sean Combs' reign was normal. Nothing that happened to any of us was okay. None of it was warranted. What if Puff was actually a good man? I hope he gets the full 20 years at the very least, but I'm not holding my breath. I'm not okay. I have not been okay. I do not feel safe. I do not know where to go from here. I stand with Cassie, as I always have. I do not understand the way this case was handled. We have all been put in danger for what? Aaron D. Opera 15, 2024 at 5:14 p.m. Dear Chef Jordan, this is Aaron Dyer. I'm Sean Combs' attorney. I left you a VM last week, but wanted to follow up. I had been told you had been contacted by law enforcement and might want an attorney to represent you. Let me know if you want to discuss or have us help with this. Feel free to call or text me anytime at your convenience. Aaron. Overlay text at bottom. Dealing with witness tampering was pretty terrifying. I must admit, I still have the voicemail too. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. 2, Jordan Chaton Atkinson. Greetings. We command you that all and singular business and excuses being laid aside, you appear and attend before the grand jury of the people of the United States for the Southern District of New York at the United States Courthouse, 40 Foley Square, New York, New York, in the Southern District of New York, at the following date, time, and place. Appearance date, April 2nd, 2024. Appearance time, 9 a.m. To testify and give evidence in regard to an alleged violation of federal law, and not to depart the grand jury without leave thereof, or of the United States Attorney, and that you bring with you and produce at the above time and place the following: journals, notes, photographs, or other records and materials memorializing or related to your employment by Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Diddy. Failure to attend and produce any items hereby demanded will constitute contempt of court and will subject you to civil sanctions and criminal penalties, in addition to other penalties of the law. Dated, New York, New York, March 19, 2024. Signed, Damian Williams, Acting United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Signatures also include Emily A. Johnson, Mitzi Steiner, Madison Reddick Smyser, Assistant United States Attorneys. Case 123 CV 198, Document 1, filed 11-16-23, page 14 of 35. 66. In January 2009, after Mr. Combs learned that Ms. Ventura spoke to another music manager at a party in Los Angeles, he became enraged. She had hoped speaking to this manager would allow her to further grow her career and that Mr. Combs would be happy for her, but instead he became extremely angry and pulled her out of the club where the party was taking place. 67. In the car leaving the club, Mr. Combs beat Ms. Ventura, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle and stomping on her face. Mr. Combs' security staff, Roger Bonds, tried to stop the beating but was unable to de-escalate the situation. When the car arrived at Mr. Combs' residence, Ms. Ventura attempted to run away, but Mr. Combs followed her and proceeded to...
And let's be clear, Roger Bonds have been contacted and by the feds. Yeah. And he's waiting for his phone call.
Again, kick her in the face. Ms. Ventura was bleeding profusely and was ushered into Mr. Combs' home, where she began to throw up from the violent assault. 68. Upon recognizing the damage he had done and the physical evidence of his abuse, Mr. Combs panicked and forced his staff to bring Ms. Ventura to a hotel suite at the London Hotel in Los Angeles, where she was required to stay for a week. 69. During this stay, as her injuries from the beating healed, Ms. Ventura began to fully realize that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew about and witnessed his assault, but also that these witnesses were not willing to do anything meaningful to stop Mr. Combs' behavior. She recognized that she was powerless and that reporting Mr. Combs to the authorities would not alter Mr. Combs' status or influence, but would merely give Mr. Combs another excuse to hurt her. July the 2nd, 2025. Dear Judge Supermanian, I am writing to express my grave concern over the prospect of Sean Combs being released from custody. While I appreciate the fairness you have shown throughout this proceeding, I feel compelled to be unequivocal about the danger he poses to the public and to the individuals who have risked everything by coming forward. Mr. Combs has a long, well-documented history of violent, coercive, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he has repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability, and each time this has only reinforced his sense of impunity. If he is released now, I have no doubt he will see it as yet another license to continue intimidating, threatening, and harming people who challenge or expose him. Many of us have firsthand knowledge of the fear he instills in those around him. I can say without hesitation that he is a serious and immediate threat to victims, witnesses, and the broader community. His pattern of violence, particularly while engaged in the trafficking of individuals for prostitution, combined with unchecked substance abuse, makes it clear that he is not ready to re-enter society safely or responsibly.
Let's go,
To release
Chef.
Mr. Combs without substantial consequence would undermine the integrity of this process and send a dangerous message that wealth and influence can shield someone indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated with this investigation under subpoena who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to prioritize the safety of victims and witnesses over any consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless opportunities to change, and he has chosen instead to escalate his harmful conduct, allowing him.
And let me say this, and the judge made sure that he used the word violent. Violence is the reason his ass was denied, and his violence will be the reason why he gonna sit in there until it is time for him to be motherfucking sentenced. His violence that his attorney, his defense team, his dream team co-signed. His violence. And when the judge spoke, he zeroed in on violence. Shout out to you, Jordan. I don't give a shit what nobody said. That part. Violence. 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 And again, y'all, this is somebody who have been hiding, who avoided the subpoena because of fear. This is why I said the picture wasn't clear, because there were witnesses that was supposed to show up but didn't. They could not complete the picture because the state put on I don't want to say show, will put on a case based on some of the people who did not show out of fear. And the reality of it is that the judge know, although the jury missed it on purpose because they refused to follow his guidelines, they intentionally avoided it on purpose. Everybody who has came forth, lives will be in danger because of his violence. And she is absolutely right. It will make it, because we already know that in New York, hell, you can get stopped and say you work for Lil Diddy, and they will let you go. So shout out to her. She came out of hiding. She came out of hiding to write the judge, to put her face. Okay? So to me, at this point, she's saying, some of this may have been my fault. I'm not going to hide no more. And 9 times out of 10, whatever coming next, she's not going to run from it. Why I say that? Because she put it in writing, she notified the judge, and she showed her face. Before, we didn't know who the witnesses were who did not show. We just got stuck on Gina. Well, now we know one of them is the chef. Let's go shout out to the chef.
Shield someone indefinitely from coming forward. Mr. Combs has a long, well-documented history of violent, coercive, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he has repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability, and each time this has only reinforced his sense of impunity.
Right.
If he is released now, I have no doubt he will see it as yet another license to continue intimidating, threatening, and harming people who challenge or expose him. Many of us have firsthand knowledge of the fear he instills in those around him. I can say without hesitation that he is a serious and immediate threat to victims, witnesses, and the broader community. His pattern of violence, particularly while engaged in the trafficking of individuals for prostitution, combined with unchecked substance abuse, makes it clear that he is not ready to re-enter society safely or responsibly. To release Mr. Combs without substantial consequence would undermine the integrity of this process and send a dangerous message that wealth and influence can shield someone indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated with this investigation under subpoena who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to prioritize the safety of victims and witnesses over any consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless opportunities to change, and he has chosen instead to escalate his harmful conduct. Allowing him back into the community now would be a profound mistake. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to protecting the public from those who repeatedly demonstrate they are unwilling to respect the law. Respectfully, Diontinesh, the Jordan, seeing a Cassie be re-victimized in the press, on the blogs, and through that disingenuous apology throughout the past year, over and over again, has been truly...
Oh, that was Deontay.
I cannot in good conscience remain silent. He was physically abusing her for a long time. These are facts. To say that the video was edited, knowing there were worse beatings, is truly sick. It's unconscionable. I have shown Cassie support privately, on my stories, and in other ways. Today I felt it long overdue to show my support on my main page, as publicly as I can. I'm using my platform to stand up for her. I stand with Cassie and all domestic violence victims, survivors, and those no longer with us.
Shut up.
Is enough. November 20th, 2024.
Looking to hire
Oh, wow.
staff, tech support, kitchen help, freight management.
Wow.
Enough is enough. November 20th, 2024. At the Jordan Chaton. Trigger warnings of violence. The fall of Diddy. I know that it takes a lot of courage to speak your truth. I got passion. Especially about something so personal and brutal in nature. I want you to know that I'm standing right beside you.
You're right, Shirley.
Don't allow outside noise to fill your mind. Continue to protect your peace as you always have. It's sad, sick, and unfortunate that we live in a culture and society that would rather drag victims down while holding predators up.
Pressure.
I'm sorry that you were violated in such a degrading and sexually violent way. No one deserves SA, especially at the hands of their significant other. Let me be clear when I say I believe you. Having known you for over 10 years now, you've always been sweet, kind, and trustworthy. I know this was hard for you to make public because you are an extremely private person. I hope on the other end of all of this, not only do you find peace, but also freedom. Freedom in your mind and freedom in your spirit. I commend your strength to stand up against a giant. He doesn't have the power that he thinks he does. And there is power in numbers. The power is yours. Don't ever forget that. I know that it's hard for some to believe, especially the fans and onlookers, those who have never been up close and personal with SC. Even those that know him may not have seen this side of him. He is a master at showing what he wants, when he wants, how he wants. I have seen him in bouts of drug-fueled rages, and I was at the other end of his physical, mental, and emotional abuse. A man can be many things, both good and bad, and all be true. Humans are multifaceted, leaving behind a trail of countless other victims. So many of us endured in silence and went through our own issues behind keeping these secrets. Long gone are the days of being silent victims. Make no mistake, there is a web of enablers that know this side of him. So many people that assisted him in predatory behavior, from HR departments to personal staff to his friends and due men. The
Enterprise.
days of protecting and enabling a monster are now coming to light. May you all be held accountable. I firmly stand with you, Cat and all SA and DV victims, survivors, and those no longer with us. January 28th, at the Jordan Chaton. I keep looking for the words. Lady KP, aka Bonnie, rest in peace is something I would have never imagined saying in relation to you. My whole heart breaks for you, Puff, Quincy, Christian, Jesse, Delilah, Justin, Chance, Grandpa Jake, Cheryl, LaWanda, and everyone else that held you close. My heart breaks for your children. I know this isn't the way you even imagined it. Who could have imagined it? But how do any of us imagine the end? You welcomed me with open arms and still showed me immense love to this day. You were one of the first people to reach out to me when my mom passed, just to let me know you were there. You held me down in many situations, and I'm just so sorry. Sweet, kind, funny, thoughtful, caring, vibrant, and a real G. The definition of a rider for everyone you loved, and most importantly, a devoted mother. You were a rare being. The world lost some of its magic today. Forever, my lady. Forever, a muse. I love you, Lady KP, and for many things will never be the same.
Oh, that's for Kim Porter.
November 15th, 2018.
Today's a great victory.
Oh, wow.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs.
Okay, let me see. Right before I go, so that we will have a complete picture of how I'm coming back. When I come back, hold on. Thank you to all the support I received, the cash app, the gifts. I greatly appreciate it. That is it makes me going the extra mile and makes it worth it for me. So thank you so very much. Let me get to this because this is how it's going to be sealed.
Listen.
And then I'll get caught up on what I missed.
And $9.99 a month for a music app. And
me send Ubers to transport sex workers.
The last day of the jury, the last day of the deliberation.
Hold on, y'all. Let me, Nancy. Have you heard of Dave? I mentioned him earlier. Yeah, Dave. I talked about Dave and Johnny. I think last night and led early to this morning. Did I mention them? Yeah, he's the one that's suing. You are worth every bit of it, AunTeaFee. Thank you so very much, Kane Life. Yeah, he's suing. That's what I'm saying. This time they come in with the male review. So let's see if these men who are bashing the women gonna bash the men. The men who have been tricked and coerced. Okay, well, I'm not talking about his book. I'm talking about him bringing forth lawsuit. You're welcome. I accidentally landed on your page, but I'm glad I did. I will support you. Thank you, Regina. Thank you so very much. That wasn't an accident. That was God. Okay? And I greatly appreciate it. So hang in there with me, because sometimes I get very passionate about it, about the facts. Okay? I don't want no foolishness, so thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate it. Now, I said, I stand corrected. Oh, yes, ma'am. Do you need for me to put it back down here? So I stand corrected. Now, I still believe kind of what I believe, but I respect the fact. I do remember Rod came about it first. Here you go, Nancy. I do remember when Rod came out about it. I know he pulled in the industry. He dropped names, and when I say he dropped them, there you go, Nancy. He dropped them, and he was violated, and he was trafficked. So I was saying that I thought that it started really with Jonathan Oddie, because he was asking for the CIA, FBI, Secret Service, all of the higher ups in the federal hierarchy, nothing local. He didn't want to play like that. So in his interrogation, he couldn't tell why he went in there shooting up Trump Tower, because he was trying to tell his business. So I was saying, I thought that I knew it didn't start with Cassie. I knew that there was a trigger before Cassie. I was thinking more of Oddie, because everything he said years ago is true now. We know. But they're saying it was Lil Rod. And he went to the feds and he gave surveillance house drawings on where this was, where everything was, where to find the defaced guns, everything. They are now saying it was Lil Rod. Now, we do know that he appeared at court on day one, and we wonder why he hadn't said nothing, why he wasn't called. Well, he is saying his case is coming. Again, this is another man who has popped out that we know have been talking with the feds, that has popped out after the verdict. Now, I did know that his case was coming, and I do know that they said all cases were put on pause waiting for the outcome of this one. Well, now they know what angle the feds are coming, or the defense is coming. His dream team is coming. They now know how to better move with his case. And because he is now a convicted felon in the sex crime family, and there is a great possibility that he will have to register as an offender. Yeah. He popped out and started talking. Now, I understand, and I do believe that they had held their peace until the Fed said, you can talk, because they have intentionally been quiet. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's on purpose. So let's hear this. Now, I'm going to set this down. It may do a little bleeping. Just listen, because I got to go get me some tea, if that's okay. And we just going to listen. Can we listen with our good ear? Let's go. Nancy, did you see the Cash App thing? There you go.
He says that Diddy has so many connections around the world, and just period.
Can y'all hear? I've said it. Hold on.
He's afraid, you know.
I'm setting it down. Did y'all hear? Give me a 1 if y'all could hear him. Can y'all give me a 1 if y'all could hear him?
He also stated in this interview that everything. He stated that he hadn't let everything out. He didn't expose everybody in the industry that he could. He could expose more names. He also went off on Stevie J and said Stevie J had fell off as far as being a producer. He ain't the same no more. He don't really know what he doing in the studio. He just a yes man to Diddy.
Now y'all do before. Okay, I was trying to make sure y'all could hear. Now, do y'all remember when he first spoke? And it was Stevie J that Diddy used as a dangler when he advised him that if he wanted a Grammy, if he wanted to make it in this industry, that he would have to do some strange things to make it there. Okay? And when he was talking, manipulating him and coercing him into being trafficked to, he did say the name of who he trafficked him to, the actor's name, and other people in the industry. He used Stevie J as an example because Lil Rod said that coming in, that Stevie J was his idol. He looked up to Stevie J. Okay? And so he showed him videos of Stevie J getting it on to coerce him into taking part. I remember that. Let's go.
Also stated that Diddy has a lot of yes men and people around him because of money. He says that everything about Diddy is money, paying people off. He said that everybody thought he was a liar when he said that Diddy had these chicks on payroll and that he was paying these chicks. That Diddy allegedly bragged to him that he was paying chicks monthly to be on the payroll. And he says that you kind of seen that come out in the trial.
Enterprise.
He also stated that
Enterprise.
This guy stated a lot, but let's start. And I'm gonna tell you something. Act got the daggone interview of the year, bro. I'm telling y'all. But I want to start off, and I'm gonna show y'all this part where, because Act was asking him, you say all this stuff in the lawsuit, why it didn't come out like in the trial? And Lil Rod says, look, bro, the feds are coming with more. I'm gonna let y'all hear what he said. So, courtesy of DJ Academics, bro, that's the interview of the year.
Been having attorneys working for me since I was 17, so I know the attorney game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, with that being said, he was giving me bad counsel, and I know the music business. And so, based on that, I had to remove him from my team. And you can put the rest together in your head. He went to school with Puff.
Yeah. Hey, do you believe the feds lost the most important charges, or the charge that kept?
Oh, now let me say this. My bad, y'all. What he was talking about. He also accused Puff of getting to some of his attorneys that he had before and flipping some of his attorneys with his money. He also accused Diddy. He says that Diddy did sleep with KK. He said Diddy has had sex with KK, but he said that Diddy really wouldn't be interested in KK that much because she got like a scar on his nose, and Diddy like his woman to be perfect. And so he also made other serious allegations about KK. Man, he made serious allegations about her and the cartel and stuff like this that he's making. Bro, this dude right here is going crazy.
Oh,
bro.
Hold on. I can't even go. Hold on. Not the cartel. Not the Seniola cartel. Not that cartel who sued Diddy. Not the cartel that got busted and raided a few months ago in San Antonio, Texas. Not that cartel that's tied to El Chapo. Baby, when I tell you it's all full circle. So she tied to the cartel. Please don't say it's the Seniola cartel. Oh, please. They sued him for how many? Oh, my God. Let me hear you.
He also...
oh my
bro,
God.
this dude went all the way ballistic. But let me play this for y'all where he talked about the feds, because he said that they're coming with more charges against Diddy.
Don't wear these perfumes if you don't like compliments. Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes, but honestly, they're just way out of my budget. So today we're going to be trying out these Ultra perfumes, which are supposed to be very similar, but way more affordable. So starting with...
He said that they're coming with more charges against Diddy.
The most weight, because they didn't bring you in, I've read your lawsuit, and you actually say, Sean Combs and KK had me send Ubers to transport sex workers to come to Two Star Island. That would kind of fit under sex trafficking. Like, you could have been a valuable witness. Why not bring you up there? Because KK's not going to be there. Why not bring you there to say, hey, I would send the Ubers, they would pay me back. I would send the Ubers to get the sex workers or the people who, quote unquote, being sex trafficked. I really don't know, and I really didn't count them out yet. They did say that they were going to bring some other charges, etc. More charges? Yeah. So I really don't know, and for me, I would rather let them do their job. You know what I'm saying? And trust that they're going to bring some results. Look.
Yeah. Did y'all catch what Lil Rod just said to Act? Act said, more charges? He was like, yeah. See, I'm telling y'all something. Listen to what he said again. Listen to what he said. And Lil Rod has his case coming. He said he didn't testify because the feds didn't call him for this case. He said he have his own individual court date coming up. And he said, and Lil Rod also admitted this whole thing got started with Diddy because of him. This whole federal investigation into Diddy, he said it got started because of a civil. Because Act said, yo, why you gonna go civil instead of going like the criminal route if you really just, you know what I'm saying, want to see justice? He was like, yo, how you think it went criminal? He said it went criminal through my civil. He said, I'm the one that got this whole thing cracking. He said he sat down with the feds for days and days and days and gave them everything. Lil Rod said he sat down and did the whole layout and drawn of Diddy's mansion and told him where everything was at. He said he gave him all this stuff, and he says that a lot of stuff that he gave him, they ain't even talk about in this trial, which made me think that I told y'all, I never thought the feds put all their eggs in one basket. He also said that the white boy, what's his name? Brendan Paul. He said Brendan Paul was a plant. He said Brendan Paul was a plant. He also said that Brendan Paul snitched off the bat because Act asked him, he was like, yo, Brendan Paul told me that you ratted on him. He was like, how I ratted? He said that nigga told as soon as they went and got him. He snitched the first day, immediately. As soon as they went and got him, he said he snitched immediately. He was like, yo, I even saved dude's job before he came in real disrespectful, and I saved this job. But he was like, Brendan Paul is a plant. Point blank, period. You understand what I'm saying? Now, watch this right here, right? Listen to what he said again. And Act was like, yo, they coming with more charges? He was like, yo, let them do their job. That's what he said.
I really don't know, and I really didn't count them out yet. I would send the Ubers to get the sex workers or the people who, quote unquote, being sex trafficked. I really don't know, and I really didn't count them out yet. They did say that they was going to bring some other charges, etc. More charges? Yeah. So I really don't know, and for me, I would rather let them do their job, you know what I'm saying, and trust that they're going to bring some results. Look.
Man, bro, this has got to be, this interview just happened. This has got to be devastating news for Diddy. And also, Lil Rod said he know for sure. He said, I know how Diddy move. He said, I know how Diddy move, man. He said, Diddy got so many people that he said everybody that around Diddy responds on money. He said Diddy got so many connections. He was like, yo, he control everything with money. He was like, everything's controlled with money. He was like, yo, I know he got to that jury the day before the last day they went in to deliberate. That's exactly what he said. But I'm going to go through some of the things that he said. I thought Act gave a great... Act pushed him. He was like, yo, why you say that Diddy was with underage chicks in your lawsuit, but you took that out? He said, because didn't some of the girls come out and say, yo, that was me in the picture that was blacked out, but I was of age. Lil Rod was like, yo, I doubled down on everything I said, and everything I said is going to be in the... He said everything I said is going to be in the lawsuit. I mean, it's going to be in the trial. When the trial come up, Lil Rod said that everything is coming out in the trial about... and again, he said that he's seen Diddy with numerous men sexually. He also stated that rappers, Diddy had bragged about being sexually active with certain rappers. Academics tried to push him on a certain rapper from Philadelphia, but he would not deny that rapper. He also slipped up and said another musician's name, the R&B name, as far as in this interview. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit more of what they was talking about. I'm gonna give y'all some of the play-by-play of what they said. But he said that Diddy told him specifically, like, yo, he was like, you gotta do this, like, if you want to be successful. He was like, Diddy was promising him his house, one of his mansions, promising him all these things, you know what I'm saying, if he would participate in homosexual activity. That's what he claims. And he says that he has proof of this and that he's going to put this out in trial when he goes to trial against Diddy. He also said that the whole situation with his lawyer and the process servers, a lot, they have that on camera. He stated, he also said that he stand on every single thing he said in his lawsuit. He said everything he said in that lawsuit, he said was true. He also said, I'm going to let y'all know what else he said. I'm going to let y'all know how it went down right now, because we're going to get into this deep. And y'all smash the like button as y'all come on in. We about to get into this deep. Hold on one second, y'all. All right, so y'all smash the like button, share the video, like the video, right? You said all false news. No, sir. I actually have the actual interview with Lil Rod right now, sir. Lil Rod just did the interview. What are you talking about? Matter of fact, I'm going to give you the exact, some of the words for words they said in this interview. I have no reason to sit up here and lie. Lil Rod just did a 3-hour interview, and he said he's going to be doing more interviews. He also spoke about the Cuba Gooding Jr. situation. He said that Cuba Gooding Jr. did have his arm around him and his thing on his leg, but he said he was afraid. He said he was on Diddy's yacht. He said, so you on Diddy's yacht? He like, yo. He was like, Diddy don't got no locked doors around there. None of this. He talked about the girl Dana Tran. He said that he felt like Diddy was pushing him onto her at one time. The mother of one of his kids. He was like, Diddy didn't really even pay her no mind. He just did that just cause. He was like, he'd have her in a different room on the yacht at the same time and be with Young Miami all night. He also made allegations on Young Miami and said that Young Miami was in the room with him and Justin and other chicks. Lil Rod went in and Act was pressing him on a lot of stuff. Hold on. So let's get to it. So Rod said, I was pretty much taking care of my business, and I'm not going to let you guys steal my publishing and everything. He said, which, you know what I'm saying? And his long run is millions, he said. And he's talking about the Love album. He said at that rate, he said that's when the bully tactics started, you know what I'm saying, between him and Diddy. He said the last straw was that allegedly he's saying that Diddy and them flipped somebody on his team. He said they flipped somebody on his team, and he said they also threatened his kids. He said they threatened him. He said at this rate, he said he went to every attorney. He said he went to every attorney and was trying to do it from a business standpoint. Now Act says, how much did they take all your publishing? He said, how much did you receive as compensation versus how much you expected or verbally had agreed with him that you should have got? Lil Rod said, obviously, nothing towards production. He said, if anything, he said he got reimbursement back from money spent.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do,
who will you choose to be when presented with something different?
Oh my God.
Be inspiring. Paint your own.
Got reimbursement back.
Hey, Queen Lakers. Thank you. I wasn't here. Hold on. When you came in.
He said he got reimbursements from money spent or money he was getting ready to lose over here with Moises Soul Child. He said, let's just say on Saturday I'm getting ready to go out. He said he was there ordering Uber Eats or stuff like that. Car, hotel expenses. He said, but nothing. I told y'all, I never thought the feds put all their eggs in one basket. He also said that the white boy,
Brandon Paul.
What's his name? Brendan Paul. He said Brendan Paul was a plant. He said Brendan Paul.
We've heard that before. Hey, everybody.
He also said that Brendan Paul snitched off the back because Act asked him. He was like, "Yo, Brendan Paul told me that you ratted on him." He was like, "How I ratted?" He said that nigga told as soon as they went and got him. He snitched the first day, immediately. As soon as they went and got him, he said he snitched immediately. He was like, yo, I even saved dude's job before he came in real disrespectful, and I saved his job. But he was like, Brendan Paul is a plant. Point blank, period. You understand what I'm saying? Now, watch this right here. Right?
Who,
Listen to what he said again.
Oh, boy said that.
He was like, yo, they coming with more charges? He was like, yo.
They do now. They do now.
That's what he said.
They do now.
I really don't know, and I really...
They do now. Especially, they do now. That's all I'm going to say, Precious. Stop.
I would send the Ubers to get the sex workers or the people
they believe him now.
Being sex trafficked.
I really don't know, and I really didn't count them out yet. They did say that they was going to bring some other charges, etc.
More charges?
Yeah. So, I really don't know. And for me, I would rather let them do their job, you know what I'm saying, and trust that they're going to bring some results. Look.
Man, bro, this has got to be... This interview just happened. This has got to be devastating news for Diddy. And also, Lil Rod said he know for sure. He said, I know how Diddy moves. He said, I know.
Listen, let me say this. At one point, they didn't believe nothing, but they believe it now. Because this man ain't saying nothing, no different. He just got more details. And they didn't believe him before they raided Diddy. So stop that big pressure. How much did he pay you? They did not believe him until they did the raid and found the evidence. So stop that. Take that. I can't believe you that far up in Diddy's ass, man. Here I was all this time thinking that you was really a man's man, but you believe any and everything that Diddy says, and they believe him now. Better late than never. How about that? How about that? Because whatever they told him, they were able to prove he was telling the truth. Let's go.
He said Diddy got so many people that he said everybody that around Diddy responds on money. He said Diddy got so many connections. He was like, yo, he control everything with money. He was like, everything's controlled with money. He was like, yo, I know he got to that jury the day before the last day they went in to deliberate. That's exactly what he said. But I'm gonna go through some of the things that he said. I thought Act gave a great. Act pushed him. He was like, yo, why you say that Diddy was with underage chicks in your lawsuit, but you took that out? He said, because didn't some of the girls come out and say, yo, that was me in the picture that was blacked out, but I was of age. Lil Rod was like, yo, I doubled down on everything I said, and everything I said is gonna be in the he said everything I said is gonna be in the lawsuit. I mean, it's gonna be in the trial when the trial come up. Lil Rod said that everything is coming out in the trial about. And again, he said that he's seen Diddy with numerous men sexually. He also stated that rappers, Diddy had bragged about being sexually active with certain rappers. Academics tried to push him on a certain rapper from Philadelphia, but he would not deny that rapper. He also
they say Rick Ross
musician's name
and
R&B name as far as in this interview. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit more of what they was talking about.
DJ Academic
of what they said. But he said that Diddy told him specifically, like, yo, he was like, you gotta do this, like, if you want to be successful. He was like, Diddy was promising him his house, one of his mansions, promising him all these things, you know what I'm saying, if he would participate in homosexual activity. That's what he claims. And he says that he has proof of this and that he's going to put this out in trial when he goes to trial against Diddy. He also said that the whole situation with his lawyer and the process servers, a lot, they have that on camera. He stated, he also said that he stand on every single thing he said in his lawsuit. He said everything he said in that lawsuit, he said was true. He also said, I'm going to let y'all know what else he said. I'm going to let y'all know how it went down right now, because we're going to get into this deep.
Let's go.
Smash the like button, y'all come on in.
Dang, I can't believe I'm over 5 hours. Oh, my God.
All right, y'all smash the like button, share the video, like the video, right? You said all false news. No, sir. I actually have the actual interview with Lil Rod right now, sir. Lil Rod just did.
I believe it, Precious.
Matter of fact,
after hearing that Juror guy,
some of the words for words they said
I
in
believe
this interview. I have no reason to sit up here and lie. Lil Rod just did a 3-hour interview, and he said he's gonna be doing more interviews. He also spoke about the Cuba Gooding Jr. situation.
There we go.
He said that Cuba Gooding Jr. did have his arm around him and his thing on his leg, but he said he was afraid. He said he was on Diddy's yacht. He said, so you on Diddy's yacht? He like, yo. He was like, Diddy don't got no locked doors around there. None of this. He talked about the girl Dana Tran. He said that he felt like Diddy was pushing him onto her at one time. The mother of one of his kids. He was like, Diddy didn't really even pay her no mind. He just did that just cause. He was like, he'd have her in a different room on the yacht at the same time and be with Young Miami all night. He also made allegations on Young Miami and said that Young Miami was in the room with him and Justin and other chicks. Lil Rod went in and Act was pressing him on a lot of stuff. Hold on. So let's get to it. So Rod said, I was pretty much taking care of my business, and I'm not gonna let you guys steal my publishing and everything. He said, which, you know what I'm saying? And his long run is millions, he said. And he's talking about the Love album. He said at that rate, he said that's when the bully tactics started, you know what I'm saying, between him and Diddy. He said the last straw was that allegedly he's saying that Diddy and them flipped somebody on his team. He said they flipped somebody on his team, and he said they also threatened his kids. He said they threatened him.
What does he mean, flip somebody?
He said he went to every attorney. He said he went to every attorney and was trying to do it from a business standpoint. Now, Act says, how much did they take all your publishing? He said, how much did you receive as compensation versus how much you expected or verbally had agreed with him that you should have got? Lil Rod said, obviously, nothing towards production. He said, if anything, he said he got reimbursement back from money spent. He said, he got reimbursements from money spent or money he was getting ready to lose over here.
Hey, y'all, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Like, share the video, subscribe to the membership, support the platform. You can follow Queen Lakers with some of the jewels, that gift box down there at the bottom. Super chat, super sticker, please. I'm almost 5.5 hours in, trying to bring us up to speed of what's coming, what done happened, how it happened, why it happened, and what's coming. This time, it's not about the females. It's going to be about the guys that got turned out for whatever reason, because it's been a lot of them, by Diddy.
With Music Soul Child.
What about music?
He said, let's just say on Saturday, I'm getting ready to go out. He said, but on the Friday before, Puff was like, yo, I need you. He said, well, I'm about to miss this right here. He said he received some sort of payments as far as reimbursement. He said he was there ordering Uber Eats or stuff like that. Car, hotel expenses. He said, but nothing towards the production aspect. And he said they were trying to give him zero publishing. Zero. So Act asked him about Stevie J. So he said, Stevie J, he said that Stevie J basically said that Lil Rod's contribution to the album was none of what he's talking about. And he said Stevie J was like, he said that Lil Rod was like a glorified engineer. You know, trying to take more than enough credit for work that was really done in the studio. So Act said, what is your response to Stevie J? Right? He said, you trying to act like a musical maestro, but you just a dude that was in there that just, you know what I'm saying? He basically was along for the ride is what he said Stevie J said. Lil Rod said, there's so much I want to say. He said, I don't even know where to start. He said Stevie J just need to go find another TV show, man. He said, anybody knows me knows that that's not true. He said the sad part is he really rocked with Stevie J. He thought he was a cool dude. Now, he said before Puff, Stevie would call him in to help him finish a record. He said Stevie J's attention span in the studio is all over the place. He said you can't get nothing done with Stevie. He basically, you know what I'm saying, fell off.
Act asked him like, yo, you vehemently challenged his idea, right?
Effective, healthy blood pressure support takes more than innovation. It takes vision. At Human.
Now, Act said he was basically, CBJ said that Lil Rod was over-exaggerating his role, and he's butthurt about some payments and this, that, and the third.
He was butthurt because somebody went in his butt.
He said that Stevie J need to cool out. He said Stevie J a victim too. He said Stevie J been a victim since the 90s. He said that, anything. You asked him, what you mean, victim of what? Didn't your publisher take you to anything you could think of? To the brother in the comment section that said it's over, it's actually not over. He has more civil suits he has to deal with, and Lil Rod just revealed in the interview that the feds are working on more charges against Diddy. He just explained that today in the interview he did with Act. Today he just explained it. He just explained that today in the interview he did with Act. Just right now. He just said today that the feds were working on more charges, and Act was like, what? More charges? He was like, yep. They working on bringing more charges towards Diddy. He said they didn't bring out everything in this case. And because Act was asking, like, yo, if you gave him the case, why did the government ain't call you? He was like, look, man. He was like, they working on other parts of this thing, man, and they coming with more, you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what he said. Now, let's keep going.
It's a couple of years he lost his father, and I'm really trying to respect that, bro.
So he was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? He's talking about Stevie J lost his father. He ain't really trying to go and disrespect Stevie J like that.
For you. You mentioned a lot of people's names. What was your working relationship with everybody besides Diddy? Because it felt at a point you're living there, right? Like you were kind of like you're working at a studio, but sometimes you stay at a crib, or maybe you go down the street to a hotel. But you're there a lot, right? How often were you there? And what was the relationship either with Diddy or who were the other people you were communicating with frequently?
Yeah, well, I was definitely there. My choice was never to, live at somebody else's house. I still had my own place.
Okay.
It's just he required so much of my time that I couldn't go home. Even when, he was working at his house in my state, in my city. You know what I'm saying? I'm over there. So he flew me out. For example, the first time I was flown out was in November of 2022. So I had to spend.
So he was just like, yo, he's basically telling what a lot of other people told.
2022. I don't know why I thought this was a long time ago.
For Diddy.
So Cuba Goodies was trying to hit on him.
All of his, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
He's putting in all that work is what he's alleging now. Like I said, Act pressed him hard in this interview, and I kind of like when you get like that, because sometimes you don't get the answers that we all want if you don't. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if Act didn't push him in this interview, we probably wouldn't got the interviews. He probably wouldn't have got what he wanted. To the person who's getting mad at me, how you get mad at me?
Thank you, Peace Gems. Thank you for the super sticker.
Why you mad at me? I'm just telling you the result of the interview.
Rod meant what he said. Absolutely.
And do something somewhere else. How you gonna come get mad at me? I'm just telling you what happened in the interview. You want to get mad at me because I'm telling you what just happened in the interview with Lil Rod. Lil Rod just did an interview a couple hours ago. The man sat down and did a 3-hour interview. You want to come in here and get mad at me?
They do that.
What I just said about what Act interview, what was exposed or said by Lil Rod. I'm telling you what he said. So you can get mad all you want. It is what it is.
So I ain't the only one to be getting anything.
No, I'm telling
Stevie.
you what was said.
Stevie.
What the hell is wrong with these people?
Christmas, I had to spend.
They own somebody's payroll.
You know what I'm saying? Easter and all these things. In fact, I was the one who prayed over dinner for for Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying?
So you were at Thanksgiving dinner with Diddy and his family?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, which family are we talking about? We're talking about the kids there? We're talking about just the baby mamas? We're talking about friends?
Dana was there. Sarah was there. Young Miami was there. KK was there. All the assistants was there. The PR was there. His stylist was there. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Etc.
So wait, so you were around Young Miami like that?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So this is
Oh, wow.
the interview he was doing. So
Oh, wow.
was like, oh, so you was around Young Miami like that. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, yeah, I was around it. You know what I'm saying? He said they was all, he said Diddy had them all, but basically it almost seemed like, and he didn't say this, but it almost seemed like they was all trained. You know what I'm saying? But this is what he said. I'm not saying this. I'm just telling you what he said. You can get mad all you want. It is what it is.
It's end of 2022.
It's the end of 22, closer to 2024.
Would you describe the atmosphere around that time, whether it was you, KK? Again, obviously there is a common goal of work, but is the atmosphere more like, oh, we're coworkers, or this is kind of like a family and friends type of situation in terms of everybody's a little bit close, everybody's cool with each other, everybody is, not just, oh, we're coworkers. And Diddy's the, since we're all working for Diddy, we're only just assisting him. Or if y'all are having dinner, I gotta imagine that there's some closeness among everyone, right?
Man, speaking of that, the first dinner again was Thanksgiving, and it was quite weird to me because I'm sitting there and you have the stylist is next to me, the publicist next to me.
Is the stylist Deontay Nash or no?
No, I forgot her name.
Okay.
I forgot her name. I've only seen her maybe 3 or 4 times, but that was the first time. She's like a older lady.
So yeah, he went through and talked about that, and then he talked about some more stuff.
Oh, so he was in.
So I gotta pee. Now, I don't know why he don't have a lock on his door.
No locked doors, but no locked doors.
But every other door in the house has a lock. This specific one don't have a lock. It's weird.
Okay.
There's so much about that story I can talk about.
Yeah.
Nigga bumped in on me one time I was taking a shit.
Who did it?
Huh?
Who pumped? Walked in while you taking a shit?
Yeah, taking a shit. But this was like months down the line.
Wait.
Like,
did he leave or did he just kind of sit there and watch? Type shit? We don't know. I got it's a question.
Yo, man, Ack is crazy, bro.
He sure is
Ack
crazy.
said, yo, did he leave or did he sit there and watch? Bro,
Oh, wow.
Crazy,
Oh, wow.
So that's what he said, though. Let's keep going.
And I'm getting ready to come out. I open the door. As I'm trying to go out, I can't even get out. She's pushing me back in.
So it's like that scene in Friday After Next when that big nigga and Cat Williams is in there.
Yeah. Oh, and it's like, and I'm also trying to be careful because, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be said as I pushed the woman or anything, you know what I mean?
And especially his woman's cousin.
Yeah, it's like, bro, let's take a step back.
Yeah.
Understand that I felt at the time that this album was going to be a game changer album. So I'm not going to let some girl vagina or anything else get in the way of what I deem to be real success.
Hold on though. How bad was she though? She looked like Young Miami? Keep it a bean. EPL?
Like maybe 2 or 3 points under her. You know what I'm saying?
But she looked good though.
It is.
If it was another situation, you smash it. Like if you're not in the work capacity, you go to the
yeah. Okay. If we be anywhere that's not a work thing, she'd have a chance. But that's probably what made her more aggressive over me because I was so passive with it. Sometimes,
So, he's basically talking about Young Miami's cousin and saying that he got pushed in the bathroom and then she gave him top, is what he was saying. He said he was forced into that situation.
In the bathroom, like my chest, like push me and hold the door closed. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking maybe she want to talk.
Yeah.
First thing she do is sit down on the toilet, though. She peeing. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. So she don't even know. That's a turn off to me. I'm sorry. I know couples sometimes do this thing. I like my own space. I want you to have your own space.
She's taking a full on piss.
Yeah, she's taking a full on piss. So I'm trying to now still walk out. She pushed me again, pulled my pants down, and she's already, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. She's sitting down, so it's right there. That's enough, bro. We're not going to talk about it anymore.
Damn.
So y'all can pick up from there, and that's what he said happened to him. Now, also, he went on and they talked about a lot more stuff, man. I mean, bro, they got to a lot. 3-hour interview, bro. They touched on a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, run that back. Well, you said what?
She was trying to fuck me on the couch in front of the guys.
Do you think it's like whatever weird drugs that Diddy had there that make people just extra horny, or do you think these are just deviants? Like Like I ain't gonna lie, like I
think they all know what they're doing. I think they all swinging in some type of way. You know what I'm saying? All bisexual, and everybody knows it. So it's like it's an unspoken thing. I didn't realize until after so many times that what happened was Diddy was trying to set me up, not necessarily in a bad way. For example, I believe that Diddy wanted me to be with Dana Train, and this is
what?
Yeah, this is.
Oh wow!
Like recently, like after everything connected. Like, okay,
I guess Dana Train though. You never met her?
Yeah.
Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. I read the law, so I ain't hearing everything.
Stop my kids, bro. I swear to God.
You think he was trying to get you to fuck his new baby mom?
Oh, listen.
Rodney Jones, stop playing with me, bro.
Bro, on the yacht, bro, my bedroom was right next to hers.
Yeah, but that's his thing. That's his wifey.
Bro, he got all types of male niggas fucking all his girlfriends.
Ain't nobody fucking no Dana Train. Stop it, bro. You gotta stop it, bro.
In the furniture
what type of fracka, freaky, deaky?
He's fucking all his girlfriends.
Ain't nobody fucking no Dana Train. Stop it, bro. You gotta stop it, bro. Yo, they said that only happened to Daphne Joy and Cassie. Yo, you know, they were having a Young Miami, but shit, they tell each other. We gotta keep it.
I'm not saying, listen, I'm not.
No, that's not true.
Somebody else.
Cause Kim Porter got with that's not true.
You think that he had sex workers running trains on?
That's not true.
I don't think that sex workers will run a train on. I don't think that she was touched by anybody. I don't know.
But you said you think she was trying to set you up with her. Why?
I think
that's his type. That's his type. Why would he want you to fuck her?
I've never seen them kiss together. I've never seen them go up in the room together. Every night at 2 Star, he went up with whoever he was with, or he slept alone. She slept at 1 Star. And I remember one day when I looked at that house, I'm like, yo, that's a nice house. He said, yeah, it could be yours one day. You know what I'm saying? But then I started paying attention, like, and you know,
why would he say that to you?
I don't know, but listen, here's some things that I felt like that was weird sometimes. But now, granted, she's a very, very beautiful woman. She is my type. All right, but again, I don't mix business with pleasures.
You're telling me she has Diddy's baby and trying to fuck you? Come on, bro.
Listen, I'm not telling you that she was trying to fuck me.
But the energy, okay, you're just saying the energy felt a little bit iffy.
And now what I'm saying is, after seeing, I think he was trying to, he may have considered me his production partner, somebody on the side with her. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to bring in the baby. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to add the baby. Love Sean Jones. He really feel like he didn't really have a baby because he was in love.
And
you know freaking
that wasn't Diddy land.
We pull out game type shit.
Sorry?
Yeah, we pull out game type shit. One of the moments, everybody have it.
Oh, bro. That was a marketing thing, bro.
You think he had a baby out for marketing?
I know he had a baby. It was a marketing thing, bro. Just look at the timeline. Go back and do your homework.
Did he ever treat Dana Train like how he treated Young Miami?
You barely see Dana Train and him together at all. You know what I'm saying? She's over there just with the baby. And that's just that. When we move around, she got her own room over there somewhere off to the side by herself. And that's just what it is, bro.
Hey,
that's just what it is.
When Diddy said to you, yo,
he don't like women.
That could be your house one day.
He don't like women.
All of these things. He's saying all of these things, man. And so, I mean, bro, this interview that Act did, bro, man, bro, this got to be the interview of the year, bro.
I'm going to say it again. He does not really cut for women.
But he was saying a lot, and Act pressed him a lot on certain things he said about, you know, he made allegations, as I told y'all, about rappers being homosexuals. And like I said, he said that he stand on his statement and that he's going to prove in court. He said it's going to come up in court about the statement that he says he alleges that Diddy made about
come on, get it out.
What's the girl's name? Damn, I forgot the girl's name, man. Oh yeah. No, not the girl. He said that Diddy told him that he had sex with a certain rapper, and he said he doubled down on that, and he gonna talk about that in the case when it comes up. He gonna show the proof. And also he said that he's doubled down. He said he's standing on that. He said Diddy basically told him that homosexuality is necessary to be successful in the industry, and that damn near everybody do it. That's what he said. Now, those are his allegations, not mine. Those are his allegations, not mine. Allegations, as I told y'all, about rappers being homosexuals, and like I said, he said that he stand on his statement and that he's going to prove in court. He said it's going to come up in court about the statement that he says he alleges that Diddy made about what's the girl's name? Damn, I forgot the girl's name, man. Oh yeah. No, not the girl. He said that Diddy told him that he had sex with a certain rapper, and he said he doubled down on that, and he gonna talk about that in the case when it comes up. He gonna have to show the proof. And also he said that he's doubled down. He said he's standing on that. He said He said Diddy basically told him that homosexuality is necessary to be successful in the industry, and that about what's the girl's name? Damn, I forgot the girl's name, man. Oh yeah. No, not the girl. He said that Diddy told him that he had sex with a certain rapper, and he said he doubled down on that, and he gonna talk about that in the case when it comes up. He gonna have to show the proof. And also he said that he's doubled down. He said he's standing on that. He said He said Diddy basically told him that homosexuality is necessary to be successful in the industry, and that damn near everybody do it. That's what he said. Now, those are his allegations, not mine. Those are his allegations, not mine. Right?
I wonder who that is.
Take that as y'all may.
Ooh-wee.
Those are his allegations. You know what I'm saying? Salute everybody in the building. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, y'all.
On in here. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Come on, cause I gotta go.
All right. So that's what he's saying. So now let's get back to. I want to get back to this other part of what he said too.
Is that what you meant when you included in the lawsuit that he had offered you a house?
That was just one time.
So he consistently was saying that you could have potential house.
Yeah, he was promoting that house over there. Yep.
So that's what he said in other times.
That's from like stepping back and looking at what I already have and what I already know, and then seeing what I didn't know. I'm like, oh man, he was also probably trying to groom me to be over there. You know what I'm saying? And find a specific man for her, and it's probably how he can continue to control everything. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is not. This is speculation. So you're thinking that Diddy, in his mind, he's down to just have somebody he kind of trusts to go fuck her and be her companion over there, but he knows it's going to keep her in a certain way close enough to him, but also loyal to him, that he ain't got nothing to worry about. And he was potentially looking at you. Correct.
Hey,
that's crazy. So he said, man, I'm telling you, Act did the interview of the year, bro. He says, Lil Rod say that he thinks that Diddy wanted him to put the pipe to that girl just to keep her, you know, right where he wants.
Now, I know y'all don't remember, because some of y'all are really, really new over here, but one of the guys that used to be his assistant, who he said Diddy told him he needed to prove his loyalty to him, and told him to some girl that was sitting on the sofa. And he was like, what? And he told him, yeah, prove your loyalty. Diddy needed something on him. So he was like, he was just dumb. I mean, he was just in he couldn't believe it. And he looked at the girl like, are you okay with it? You know, and she shook her head like, yeah, you know, because none of them want to feel like they're being forced to ape somebody. But I remember him saying, he looked at the girl like, are you okay with this? And she shook her head, and he said he was disgusted because I think he felt like he was, you know, yeah. But he said he did it, but not for long, but yeah. So what he's saying, it kind of have a ring of truth, because I can hear that guy feeling like Diddy wanted him to, well, kind of forced him to sleep with yeah. Anyway, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that she wouldn't, because he had so many options, you know what I'm saying, is what he was saying. That's crazy. You know what I mean? That is crazy, bro. Crazy work.
As I'm going down to the lawsuit, it said that
he had
one day he woke up naked, dizzy, and confused.
Yep.
You want the lawsuit, bro? Huh? You want the lawsuit? No, hold on. I got it, because this part don't. This sound like y'all were having a
Jonathan.
And I ain't gonna lie to you, brother.
What's that his name?
It was 2 chicks and Diddy in the bed. It was you, a girl, and he had a girl. Like y'all was doing tag team switcheroo. Come on, brother. Like that don't seem like, brother. That don't seem like. In certain situations where nobody is inebriated, they're making sound decisions. That might be a lit night. I know some people that be doing that. That's a two-man right there. That's a two-man. That's a two-man. You know that. Two-man at 2-Star Island. Stop playing. The two-man at 2-Star Island. Was that a regular thing? Was things like that a regular thing? And how would you process
Jonathan? Who's Jonathan?
Sexual encounters. How would you process it like the day? Because you have to go to work.
And again, trial.
What you're saying that did
I ain't got sleeping. Hold on.
Everything that I said that's inside that lawsuit happened, bro.
So he's standing on what he said in the lawsuit. He said that all this stuff is gonna come out. He said in the trial. That's what he's saying. The act is trying.
Because it is a whole bunch of people.
You know what I'm saying? And
that
so
didn't pop up. But this was based off of Cassie, not the Hollywood people.
So it's on y'all to whether or not y'all believe what Lil Rod is saying.
If those were non-consensual moments for you, why did you take those pictures?
Bro, if you waking up, and again, this is lawsuit, bro.
No, I'm just trying to get to it. It's not even about, we don't got to talk about the actual evidence. I'm talking about, it's a man thing. I want to understand what's the man.
We can't keep toting that line, bro.
But that's a good question about Act. That is a good question. I cannot take that away from Act. That's a great question. If you're saying that is non-consensual, what made you take those pictures? I know what he's gonna say. Lil Rod gonna say, man, I took those pictures because I had to have some type of proof of this stuff that's going on, because if I have no proof and I say this, y'all will just say I'm lying. I know that's what he wanna say. Right?
You got me.
Straight up. You know what I mean? So that's why I think, Act is pressing them like that.
And I've never really recovered from it.
On the record for the first time about the one time he says Diddy ordered him to prove his allegiance with sex.
It's okay. Take your time.
I remember hearing the words, "Prove your loyalty to me, King."
King. There go King again.
Assistant from 2019 to 2021.
They go the word King again. Hold on.
Details of the night he says Sean Combs coerced.
Hold on. Did he say King? Did we just hear King?
On the record for the first time about the one time he says Diddy ordered him to prove his allegiance with sex.
It's okay. Take your time.
I remember hearing the words, "Prove your loyalty to me, King."
Bill Hines, who was Diddy's senior executive assistant from 2019 to 2021, revealing to journalist Mara Escampo details of the night he says Sean Combs coerced him into having sex with a woman at an out-of-control sex party.
I saw how angry and upset he could get from the most simplest thing. And I just thought to myself, if I don't do this, I don't know what's going to happen. This has all been a very psychological, emotional roller coaster for me.
The graphic details were first revealed in this 32-page lawsuit Phil filed on Christmas Eve.
Phil, his name is Phil, not Jonathan.
Is the first time he had spoken publicly about his claims.
Say it, power to the people. Power to the people.
He's a predator. And I mean that in a sexually charged way. I mean that in a
manipulation way.
Let's give it up for ourselves.
Has an innate ability
He said
to feel comfortable.
he is.
He's a predator. And I mean that in...
Oh, hold on. He said he is a predator. I agree.
Sexually charged way. I mean that in a manipulation way.
Let's give it up for ourselves.
Has an innate ability to make you feel comfortable and to make you do things for him that you would never do.
And that included procuring items for Diddy's so-called freak-offs.
Freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time.
Alcohol, marijuana, ketamine, baby oil, and astroglide were very important. Candles, incense. Obviously, there was, male libido supplements, stuff like that.
And in addition to photos of those alleged party favors, Phil revealed voice messages from Diddy himself for what he knew as Wild King nights.
Phil, I need some Cialis. Can you give me 20 Xanax, please? Hey, Phil, I need a plan B. I need 10 Adderall.
And Phil, do we have any more chocolates? Because she's going to need a...
Oh, he got voice recordings!
Up to Phil and the team to scramble.
He got voice recordings, y'all.
What Diddy required for these?
Did y'all hear that? He got voice recordings of Diddy. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's finna get good, y'all.
Baby oil and astroglide were
It's finna get good.
very important. Candles, incense. Obviously, there was, male libido supplements, stuff like that.
And in addition to photos of those alleged party favors, Phil revealed voice messages from Diddy himself for what he knew as Wild King nights.
Phil, I need some Cialis. Can you give me 20 Xanax, please? Hey, Phil, I need a plan B. I need 10 Adderall.
And Phil, do we have any more chocolates? Because she's going to need a chocolate in a minute.
It was up to Phil and the team to scramble and put together what Diddy required for these Wild King nights.
Did Phil tell you it was also triggering now to see that?
Phil says that Diddy used so much baby oil during these events that he would often have to go provide him more bottles because he would run out in the middle of the events. And he did say that to this day,
The smell of baby oil is something that, I don't ever want to have to smell again.
This is my soul sister right here.
Phil also provided this home video of Diddy with his chief of staff, Christina Coram. Described
Oh, well, hold on. He called her his soul sister. Let me take the backdrop down. He called her his soul sister. Hey, sister, soul sister. Soul sister, soul sister. Hold on. Let's go.
I don't ever want to have to smell again.
This is my soul sister right here.
Phil also provided this home video of Diddy with his chief of staff, Christina Coram, described in one lawsuit as the Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs' Jeffrey Epstein. Phil has texts from Christina describing what Diddy desired for those parties.
did you ever see Diddy engaging in sexual activity?
I wouldn't see him engaging, but I would see him directing. He's usually the one filming, from my experience. You were instructed to scrub these things, delete any photos and videos that might be on these devices. That was my job, is to shield his private life from the public.
Today, Diddy's attorney tells Extra many of these allegations were left unchecked and presented a one-sided, misleading narrative, adding a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth. And Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail in court. Did Phil explain why he's speaking out now?
That he was asked to testify before the grand jury. And I think that's why a lot of people have felt comfortable coming forward now. There is safety in numbers.
I'm hoping my story and my truth can help others get to the light, because it's dark.
Okay, y'all. I gotta go. That was, We will pick back up on this one here. I'm gonna leave on Phil. Cause he is another one who felt this right here. I do believe, y'all, more is coming as far as another lawsuit from the federal government. And I think that they will be better prepared. I mean, and yeah, these are non-relationship. Regina, if you still here, I hope this answers your question. I do think, yeah, more is coming. So they can't. It cannot be a modern day love affair in the most nastiest, trashiest way ever. Okay, good people, I'm almost 6 hours in. I would see y'all tomorrow. Hit the like button on the way out if you didn't hit it while you was here. Share the video. Subscribe to the channel. Join the family membership. Become a true heart tea sipper. Okay. Hit the notification at the top. I will be back tomorrow. Peace. Peace out. Bye.